everybody. Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the first night of the Republican National Convention. I'm Savannah Guthrie. This is the first night of a big week ahead. This is also the first traditional convention we've seen in 8 years because of the pandemic. And it is, of course, also a remarkable and somber moment in American history. One of the country's major parties nominating and also celebrating its presidential candidate less than 2 days after he survived an assassination attempt. Well, tonight it is all about former President Donald Trump. NBC News has learned that this crowd here in Milwaukee will see him in the flesh, in person, later this evening. This will be his first public appearance since he survived that attack on his life. We're going to talk to his son, Eric Trump, who's with me here in Milwaukee in just a moment. It was just a few moments ago that he put his father over the top, pledging the delegates from the former president's home state of Florida, giving him the majority needed to officially secure the Republican nomination for president. That moment coming just as Mr. Trump revealed his vice presidential running mate. It's going to be Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, a former Trump critic, but now elevated to be the leading heir of the Trump political legacy, potentially the next vice president of the United States. So we've got a lot to talk about tonight, a lot to show you, including speeches about tonight's theme, which is the economy. But let's go right down to the floor now. Our senior national correspondent, Tom Yamas, live for us. Tom, what is the mood in the hall? People wondered. Usually these conventions are so celebratory. We've obviously had this disturbing event over the weekend. How has it been so far?
Well, Savannah, I could tell you, but I'd rather show you. Come here, let's take a walk. We are on the floor right now. Usually the Milwaukee Bucks call this home. Right now the Republicans are calling this home. Thousands of Republicans have taken over this arena in Milwaukee. The first night of the Republican National Convention. Delegates from all over the country are here. As you mentioned earlier today, they pushed President Trump, former President Trump, over the edge. He is now, of course, the official nominee of the Republican Party. And, of course, that breaking news that Senator J.D. Vance is going to join him on that ticket. This place went nuts once that information and once that news broke. People are very excited. But to your larger question, what is the sentiment here? I got to be honest with you. Just leaving Butler, Pennsylvania, seeing everything that occurred there on Saturday night, talking to the people there who are still very much in shock, still very sad, still very confused, and then coming here and seeing this where people are excited, they're pumped up. They haven't been together since pre-pandemic, since the last convention back in 2016, I should say. But I talk to people and they're like, listen, we haven't forgotten what happened Saturday, right? That is still in the back of our minds, but we're here to celebrate our nominee. We're here to celebrate our party. We're never going to forget what happened in Butler, especially to that 50-year-old father who lost his life protecting his family, protecting his children, and also not forgetting how close former President Trump came to death. And you hear that over and over, Savannah, from people here. They're excited when the music starts blaring. They start dancing, they're cheering, but they always remind you they're thinking about that man who lost his life, Corey Compertor, and also they're thinking about how former President Trump came just inches from losing his life. Savannah, and I do want to point out one more thing, Savannah, because you mentioned this. We are going to see former President Trump today. We expect to see him. It is going to be an incredible moment here on the floor because this will be the first time we see him up close. And I spoke to a photographer who was at the rally who took a very close images of the president. And I know this is a little graphic, but the former president apparently lost a piece of his ear. And so this is the first time we're going to see former President Trump post, the assassination attempt. It's unclear how this room will react, but if earlier is any telling, they're going to be excited, they're going to be happy to support their nominee, and they're going to hopefully think it'll unite them to be stronger in November, Savannah.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. We also saw newly minted VP candidate J.D. Vance walking the floor of Milwaukee a little bit. I'm joined now by Eric Trump. He's the executive vice president of the Trump Organization and, of course, the president's son. I want to pick up with what Tom was just saying. And I watched an interview with you earlier, and you said this bullet tore off a part of your father's ear. We haven't seen him physically, so let's just start right there. I mean, what should people expect? What is the physical injury here?
Well, he's doing well. I mean, obviously he has a bad earache, to say the least, but it was too close. This cannot happen in America. It's just absolutely crazy. And I think Tom actually said it beautifully, but you see kind of the dichotomy between two sides of life, right? I mean, 2 days ago, I was on the couch with my children watching my father almost get assassinated on national TV, and here I show up to Milwaukee and I cast the deciding vote that makes him the Republican candidate for the United States of America. I mean, the highs and lows of the emotions of all of that are just almost unthinkable. But I'm proud of him. He's the toughest guy I've ever met in my entire life. He literally got to hospital. I spoke to him 45 minutes after that shooting, and he goes, nothing changes with the convention. I'm going to be there. Nothing changes with the convention. And his fortitude, his backbone, he's a tremendous human being, and I'm incredibly proud of him.
It's always good to remember that these are human beings on both sides. Were you watching live when this happened? Did you see that unfold live, or did somebody call you and say, go turn on the television?
No, I saw it live. And I was there with Laura. I was there with my children. And, I clearly understand the sound of a bullet. And, I heard the shots, and my eyes went right up to the TV, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. And you instantly see blood. You instantly see somebody on the ground. You don't know if they were hit multiple times. And you're just praying to God that they stand up. And when he got up and when he started pumping his fist in the air, saying, fight, 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 even though he had blood all over his face, at least we knew he was mobile at that point, and that gave you a little bit of hope that he was going to be okay. But those are not fun moments. Those are not fun moments. This cannot happen in this country. I mean, we're the best country on earth. This cannot happen in any way, shape, or form. And it gives a whole different perspective to life and frankly, the whole political narrative among the media and among people and among politics. It's got to get toned down.
I was going to ask you about that because, first of all, anyone who has survived something like that, you have to be changed somehow. I wonder what his mindset is right now. He told an interviewer he basically tore up the convention speech he planned to give on Thursday and is going to do something totally new.
I was there when he did that, and his speech is beautiful. It's inspirational. It's forward-looking for this country. It's incredibly positive. It's exactly what we need right now. That's exactly what this country needs. It's the right tone, and frankly, I think it's a lot of what you're seeing out here. People are dancing. They're holding the American flag. The patriotism in this room is unbelievable. These people in here, they love America. They bleed red, white, and blue, and we need a lot more of that in this country.
President Biden just did an interview with NBC's Lester Holt, and in it, Lester asked about Biden's use of the word bullseye. The bullseye needs to be on Donald Trump. This was said, of course, before the shooting. The president said it was a mistake to use those words and clarified, of course, he meant the focus should be. He didn't literally mean the bullseye, so poor choice of words. I wonder what you think of that. And also, do you think your father is reconsidering some of his own rhetoric on the campaign trail?
Yeah, probably on both sides. I don't think Biden's use of that word was genius. Certainly the timing didn't work well, whether it was intentional or not. It wasn't great. And listen, again, I think
it was before the shooting.
Oh, of course, of course it was. But I think everybody's rhetoric just needs to change. It does, right? We live in the greatest country on earth, and no one can stop the United States of America if we're together. And I think so much of the tone of this whole convention is going to be exactly that. And he has a great VP pick today. He's doing well. He's going to come out here. I'm going to be sitting next to him a couple of minutes. He's strong. I've never seen him more determined to go out and fight and win. And again, as a son, it's been an emotional roller coaster, but I'm proud of the man. I love the guy to death. He's the greatest father I could have ever imagined. What he's accomplished, what he's had to endure, the way that they've attacked him, the way they've gone after him, the way they tried to kill him 2 days ago. And yet he'll still walk in proud tonight. That's the fighter America needs. That's exactly what this country needs.
You mentioned J.D. Vance, now vice presidential candidate. Did you know that this was what the choice was going to be? Because his advisors were saying earlier this morning that it was still a jump ball. They didn't know. Has this decision, though, been made in his mind for a while, do you think?
No, honestly, it hasn't. I think he's obviously has inclinations of what he's going to do, but no, there's a lot of great candidates out there, a lot of people he respects tremendously, a lot of people with great strength. The chemistry between the two of them, between JD and my father, is really tremendous, and I've seen that over time, and they communicate well together. They really like being around each other, and when you're in the highest stress job in the world, which is commander-in-chief and vice president, having that good line of communication is important.
What about the fact that J.D. Vance used to be quite the critic of your father? Usually he has a long memory for things like that.
Listen, I think that's politics in America, right? Kamala Harris used to call Joe Biden a racist, right? Now all of a sudden they sit in the White House together. That's politics in the United States, but I don't think there's anybody that really embodies the movement more than JD. He's totally aligned with my father in terms of his policies. They work incredibly well together. They've been really locked at the hip over the last couple of years, and he's an amazing guy, and they truly love each other.
We're talking about tone. You're talking about your father possibly toning down the rhetoric. The Republican platform, interestingly, has moved to the center on a couple of key issues. For the first time in 40 years, the Republican platform does not call for a federal abortion ban. It no longer defines marriage as between one man and one woman, but it doesn't. So is this a sign that your father is moving to the center in some ways or on some issues?
Listen, I think he's always been there on those issues, to tell you the truth. And I think that's reflective of who my father is and what he believes in. And I think that's reflective of my wife, Laura, who runs the RNC, and clearly what she believes in. And I'm proud of the party. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, this country has real holes in the roof, and you've got to fix those holes, and you've got to stop worrying about the little, spot on the wall in the basement. You've got to fix those holes, and we've got real immigration problems. We've got fentanyl problems. I can't tell you how many friends. I'm a young guy. I can't tell you how many friends I have who have lost children to fentanyl that's pouring over the border. Our economy isn't great. Everything's more expensive. Inflation's crazy. Gas is crazy. The wars all over the world. We didn't have any wars under my father, and it's just really sad to see what's happened over the last 3 years, and he wants to bring it back. He wants to bring back American greatness, and he will.
Do you think that it's still a competitive race? I mean, since the debate, we've seen polls in swing states favor your father. He had a recent tweet where he said, we're going to win maybe by a historic margin. Do you consider this a competitive race?
Listen, I always want to run behind. I think after the debate was a disaster, and the way the pendulum has moved over the last 6 months and really over the last couple weeks is tremendous. But I never want to count anybody as being ahead or behind. I always want to run the hardest races you possibly can, and I promise I'll be out there every single day working my butt off, as will my father, as will our entire family, and a lot of amazing people. Is he competitive? They're always competitive. They're always competitive. You have a lot of motion on both sides, but we're going to win. We're going to win on November 5th. I've never felt more confident in anything in my life.
If you had to guess, do you think it will be President Biden as the nominee straight through November, or do you think Democrats will make a change?
I think it'd be pretty obnoxious for them to make the change. Nothing would surprise me, but I think it will be Biden. And I might be in the minority in thinking that, but I think Biden makes it.
All right. Eric Trump, thank you. I know you have a date on the convention floor, and we'll see your father for the first time, so thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for the kindness.
Appreciate it. All right, we're going to sneak in a break right here. We've got much more live from the Republican National Convention right after this. Welcome back. This is our special coverage of the first night of the Republican National Convention. We're live in Milwaukee. That's a glimpse of the stage. It is a big night for the Republican Party. It has formally nominated former President Donald Trump for the third time as their candidate for the next president of the United States. NBC News has learned that he just entered this building in Milwaukee and set to make his first public appearance tonight since he survived that assassination attempt over the weekend. And as we wait for that, we should mention the programming tonight all about the economy. The Republicans are calling it Make America Wealthy Again. That's the theme of tonight, and we are expecting speeches from many, many people tonight, including model and influencer Amber Rose, Sean O'Brien, president of the influential Teamsters Union, which has not yet made an endorsement. So we will show you all of this live as we continue our coverage. I want to check in with the two ladies riding with me tonight. We've got Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker. It is so interesting, and we really are in a moment in American history where we just have to have humility about it. Nobody knows how this will play out. Everybody who thinks they can predict and have their crystal ball, throw them out. It's all changed. But isn't it interesting, even Eric Trump saying, like, he thinks, there could be a real change in the rhetoric and on both sides.
Savannah, that was, I think, the big takeaway from your conversation with Eric, which was so revealing. He leaned into this idea that, yes, his father is rethinking and has changed in that moment during that assassination attempt. When you pressed him to respond to President Biden saying, yes, it was a mistake to say, let's put Trump in the bullseye, he said, look, yes, the rhetoric does need to come down for everyone.
It's just interesting because I've interviewed Eric and Don Jr. and all these guys, and a lot of times it can get really combative. They're like sitting there wanting to make these points, and that's fine. That's what people do in politics. Right? Everyone does it. But it was as though he didn't want to go there.
He talked about watching what happened live, Savannah, and you got the sense that not only was former President Trump impacted significantly, but that his family was as well. You're right. This wasn't the combative Eric Trump that we have seen in the past. And there does seem to be a recognition on the part not only of former President Trump, his family, his campaign, but there needs to be a lowering of the temperature. Now, how will that play out? That's still the question mark. How will that actually translate into the speech that we see on Thursday night when former President Trump takes the podium?
I got Hallie chomping in the bit.
Well, only because in our many years, of course, covering former President Trump, there have been other instances in which staffers, aides, those close to the former president at the time that he was in the White House would suggest this is a moment for him to show some unity. This is sort of a pivot moment for him. And those, if they happened at all, were short-lived. And so let's be clear-eyed about the reality of what has happened before. Now, that said, this is an not unprecedented moment in American politics, but certainly in the last several decades.
Well, it is, but also, and we often say that it's these moments like this, the convention, where quote-unquote regular people, not political news junkie nerds like us, start to pay attention.
Right.
So give us the lay of the land, Hallie.
Yes.
Where does this race stand? I think most people would agree right now President Trump, former President Trump, is ahead. Is that why he's having a more gracious tone as well?
Ahead, not by much. I think he also understands the reality of what happened on Saturday. Remember that a person who came to his rally to see him, a spectator, a fan, somebody who showed up simply wanting to celebrate Donald Trump, was killed. 2 other people were badly hurt. We still are obviously reporting out their status here. So there is the human element to this, and I think the former president is aware of that. He's also been aware of the dynamics of the race on the other side of the aisle, of President Biden's struggles, as we've talked about now, with his own party, and these extraordinary public calls for him to step off the ticket here. You have seen the Trump campaign let that play out over the course of the last 12 days, 14 days, 17 days, however many days it is, until, of course, this moment here.
Well, even that, though, I mean, former President Trump had been sitting on this vice presidential candidate announcement and had been wanting to do it. Some thought he might do it at the debate 2.5, 3 weeks ago. He held it when he obviously saw that President Biden was having difficulty, his own political difficulties, so he got out of the way and let that play out. But that is also something that's somewhat out of character for the former president.
This is a more disciplined campaign, Savannah, than we have seen in former President Trump's past 3 campaigns. And so the announcement today, the first time that anyone has announced their running mate during the convention in decades. And so it was a really significant moment. And the person he chose, Senator J.D. Vance of the great state of Ohio, it was really fascinating to hear Eric Trump talk about that, the fact that the two get along so well, their interpersonal relationship. He's doubling down on the MAGA brand, in
Well, that's what's so interesting is we talked with Eric Trump a little bit how there are aspects that are moderating where on some of these social issues like gay marriage or abortion, Trump has steered this party to the center, and some of his evangelical supporters have been quite dismayed. But then when he chooses someone like J.D. Vance, he is doubling down on this MAGA orthodoxy.
And you heard Eric Trump describe J.D. Vance as essentially the next generation of that movement. I think you said the leading heir is the way that so many in the conservative movement see him. He is speaking to those rural, ex-urban voters in key states that Donald Trump will need to win. Think about the Rust Belt, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Those are critical battlegrounds. And the thinking is that perhaps J.D. Vance, listen, Donald Trump is not at risk of losing many of those places, but it's about turnout. We know that this election is going to be decided by very few people.
I want to see if we can take a few shots of what's happening on the convention floor just behind us. And I'll say a warning if you're watching with us tonight, it can get loud in here, especially when the band gets going. We've also got NBC's Garrett Haake, who's been covering the Trump campaign for us. He's down what we call the podium position. It's right off of the stage. So, oh, there we go. Garrett, are you with me? What can you tell us about what we should expect tonight?
Well, Savannah, I am with you. I'm just behind the stage, kind of a unique perspective where I'm looking at the backs of the heads of the speakers here tonight and at their teleprompter comments as they work their way through. We're hearing from Marsha Blackburn now, a very committed Trump supporter in the United States Senate, largely sticking to the theme here on wealth, praising the former president for his tax cuts that he put in place while he was in office. But I just have to say that I was struck by your question to Eric Trump about J.D. Vance's past opposition to Donald Trump, as we hear from more Trump, sort of more traditional Trump loyalists here tonight. And being on the floor today when that his pick was announced, hearing how much trust there is in Trump from the delegates here, but also from talking to people in and around the campaign about those past criticisms Vance had given of Trump. The idea that he described him as noxious and someone who was leading the white working class in this country to a bad place and to now come around. The campaign and Trump's allies hope that J.D. Vance conversion opposition to Trumpism can offer a permission structure, essentially, to voters all across this country who might have their own misgivings about Donald Trump, who either had them in the past or have them still now and can perhaps be won over either by Donald Trump's record or by someone who might be slightly more eloquent than Trump at explaining it in the person of J.D. Vance, who can kind of help people who just aren't that comfortable with Donald Trump come around. It's another thing that he potentially brings to this ticket, and a skill set that was warmly welcomed by his supporters here, who've really been pushing for him behind the scenes these last several days to get him over the finish line when it was announced today.
All right, Garrett Haake right down there by the stage behind the scenes of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. We're just moments away from the top of the hour. The main event here, we'll get a performance by Lee Greenwood, God Bless the USA, and then former President Trump's first public appearance since surviving that assassination attempt. He'll be joined by members of his family. We will have much more live from Milwaukee and the Republican National Convention right after this. Welcome back to our special coverage of the first night of the Republican National Convention. 10 o'clock Eastern Time, 9 o'clock here in Milwaukee. Been a very, very busy day. We're giving you a glimpse onto the floor. That is VP candidate J.D. Vance, the Ohio senator who was just named today, mixing and mingling with the crowd here in Milwaukee. He was just announced today. The Republican Party did the official business of this convention this afternoon, officially nominating both Trump and Vance for the general election ticket this November. And NBC News has learned Donald Trump himself will be here in just a few moments. It'll be his first public appearance since he survived that assassination attempt over the weekend. We know that he is in the building here right now, so we are waiting just moments from now. A performance by Lee Greenwood, the country music star most famous for God Bless the USA, and then an appearance by Donald Trump on the stage here in Milwaukee. Right now the band is going and it can get loud in here. Like so many conventions, there is that party atmosphere. As I turn to Tom Yamas, our correspondent, who is on the floor of the convention hall right now. And Tom, you know, this appearance tonight by former President Trump, generally speaking, these conventions, you don't see the candidate till the final night of the convention. Donald Trump in past conventions has made those previous appearances, but I wonder if the crowd here knows he's coming. Are they expecting it? Has word gotten around?
Yeah, Savannah, I want to show you once again. I mean, the crowd is on their feet. Look at this just behind me. Everyone here is standing up. Let me paint the scene for you. This is the center of the convention hall, right? You can see all the delegate flags, all the different states from across the country. And that line of people you see there, they're waiting at the entrance. They believe former President Trump's about to walk out here at any moment. If you have a camera now, I'm going to ask a guy to point up there at the VIP section where the Trump family is right now. About 5 minutes ago, Senator J.D. Vance, the running mate, came in here, the junior senator from Ohio. The place erupted in cheers. People were so excited to see him. And now he is sort of sitting and mingling and talking with the Trump family, because if you've ever covered former President Donald Trump, you know that the Trump family is one, right? If you're with former President, here he comes. Former President Trump is being shown right now, I should say, excuse me, he's being shown right now on the big screen. He actually has a bandage over his ear. This is just behind backstage. We're expecting him to come out where we are.
And Tom,
at any moment.
Tom,
Savannah, I'm going to send it back over to you.
Yeah, it's gotten loud in here. This is, of course, former President Trump. He is being projected on the monitor here in the convention hall, and you can see a rather large bandage on his ear. This is the first sighting of him since the assassination attempt that he survived on Saturday night. And right now, members of his family, that's his daughter right there, awaiting him to address this convention hall. We see many of the family members there, Speaker Mike Johnson. So this is Donald Trump's moment, and the crowd went wild. And now he's, if you can see in the monitor, he was just pointing to the bandage on his ear. So let's listen in for a moment. Hear this moment. About 10 o'clock Eastern Time, and this is prime time at the Republican National Convention, and former President Trump has entered the building. He has appeared before the cameras, and in a moment from now, he is going to walk out on stage, and this crowd is ready to see him. Hallie, as we well know, the former president knows how to entertain an audience. He knows how to dazzle an audience. He's very focused on events like this, to choreograph them, to stage them, to give the people what they want, and you have to believe he's happy with this moment tonight.
He understands the power of television, Savannah. He understands the power of a moment, and this is the moment of the night.
Green boy.
Because he was sure, as Donald Trump turned his head just slightly, that the bullet missed him just enough to save his life to be the next president of the United States. We have believed for so long that God will make some changes in this country, and he's about to make a change in the current administration and send them home. On what's right for America. More prosperity, less gas prices, less food prices, help for our veterans, and God bless our military wherever they are in these United States. And abroad, there will be no wars.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank my lucky stars.
welcome Mark Laws from Cedar Springs, Michigan.
We are watching as former President Donald Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance, Ohio Senator, just named today, basks in the crowd's applause here. We're about to hear some more speeches, but for the moment, the crowd is chanting USA. And a moment ago, as I turned to Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker, how interesting this crowd spontaneously just went into cheers of fight, 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 which is so interesting because it seems like Donald Trump himself and certainly Eric Trump a few moments ago are trying to set a different tone.
Absolutely, Savannah. And what's so notable about that is what former President Trump said and did in the moments after he was shot. He put his fist up
and in fairness,
fight,
that's what he's known for. That is his political brand.
But Savannah, I'm struck by the fact that there's almost a religious overtone to all of this. Lee Greenwood, when he was introducing Trump, said he survived that bullet to become the next president of the United States. And I think that that's the type of tone that you're going to hear moving forward. You talked about the fact that he is someone who understands TV as a former reality TV star. This is the moment. This is the entrance that he was clearly hoping for. But how striking to see that bandage on his ear, a reminder how serious and somber the backdrop is to all of this.
No question about it. And in fact, we wondered, is this our first look, Hallie, at the former president? His son, Eric Trump, said today in an interview that he lost half of his ear, which I think perhaps, well, we'll see. We'll see. But it's clearly bandaged. It's an injury. But the larger issue is also surviving something where, people have looked at it, just an inch difference could have changed everything. He might have lost his life.
In the hours after the shooting, that is something I heard again and again as we were talking with people who were there, members of Congress, Republican supporters, that it was just a matter of a couple inches. That bandage is such a literal visual reminder of what the former president has been through in that attempted assassination. And I have to tell you, you could plainly, I think, see the emotion on his face, on his family member's face in that moment, which was, to be here in the room, rather extraordinary. I will tell you, just to give folks a sense, it's happening on the other side of where we're sitting, but the crowd just below us where we're sitting had their cameras out. I think every smartphone in the building was aimed at one of these screens. This was the emotional crescendo of the day, absolutely, and likely the highest emotional peak that we will get until the former president speaks on Thursday night.
Now we have the former president listening in the VIP box along with his family members, Senator Vance, House Speaker Mike Johnson.
And that is the Republican Party, Savannah. Think about this. This is the third time in his political career that the former president has accepted the Republican nomination to run for the White House here. It wasn't like this in 2016. The party had not united in this way behind him then. Now here we are, flash forward 8 years later, and that visual, that image of Donald Trump, of his vice presidential pick, widely seen as the person who holds the mantle to the MAGA movement, and House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is backing former President Trump, they are clearly united, is what that says.
It also is striking to see former President Trump sitting next to his VP nominee for the first time, Savannah. The age difference is stunning, and I think it puts on display J.D. Vance, 39 years old. The fact that this is to some extent a generational pick, aimed at so many of the people in this country who said they're frustrated by this rematch. This is to some extent a way to reach out to those people. This is the next generation, not only of the MAGA movement, but of politics within the Republican Party more broadly.
Well, I want to go to Tom Yamas, who's on the floor for us this evening. And what was the moment like? You were right there amongst the crowd when we saw Donald Trump appear on that monitor.
Yeah, Savannah, I'm here with Ellen Cox, and I wanted to ask her about that moment, right? Because this is all about the delegates and the members of the Republican Party that are here, the people who are going to vote for former President Trump in November. Ellen, I was watching you. You were so excited when the president came in. Talk to me about the moment you first saw him with the bandage up here on camera.
That just absolutely filled my heart, and I mean, when he went down the other day, we didn't know if he was going to get back up. And the fact that he reassured us, and that fist in the air was reassurance. It was the fight, and it's the hope, and it's the fact that they're coming after us, but he's in the way. And he will do anything for us, and we'll do anything for him. So him coming in tonight was just... amazing.
You have a clear side of him now. You can see him right there, standing in the VIP box. It's sort of strange, right, to see a former president with a bandage over his ear, knowing he had just almost been killed.
Absolutely. And as a former military member, I knew the sounds, and I know how a centimeter, it could have been a completely different story. But God's had his hand on him, and he is here for it. He's going to save our country.
What do you hope happens with the political rhetoric and this campaign going forward after sort of seeing this, experiencing this in your home state of Pennsylvania?
My home state of Pennsylvania, and I'm Bucks County. We are a swing county and a swing state, and we've got to stop the rhetoric, the violent rhetoric, which has become the norm for Trump and Trump supporters. It's not right, and this is what happened because of that. People feel emboldened to do it. So let's move forward. That's not the way you want to win. You want to win fair and square, and not violence.
If you could talk to former President Trump, what would you tell him tonight?
President Trump, I have been working for you and behind you and doing anything I can to help you make America great since 2015. Thank you, sir, for everything you've done for us. We love you, and we are going to be doing everything to bring you to victory in November, and thank you, sir.
Ellen Cox, we appreciate it from Pennsylvania. Savannah, just a snippet of some of the emotion here, a snippet of some of the motivation here that's going to be so important for both parties as they head to the polls in November and as voting starts to get underway. Savannah?
And interesting to hear her say the rhetoric's got to get less violent and less divisive on both sides, which perhaps will be a theme as we go ahead. We're going to take a break right here. We're awaiting a speech by Amber Rose, who's an influencer and a model. We also have the Teamsters Union President Sean O'Brien, someone whose endorsement the former President Trump badly wants. President Biden wants it too. He'll be speaking as the Republicans focus on the economy, and moments away, Donald Trump appearing as well, right after this. Our coverage of the Republican National Convention continues from Milwaukee. Let's go to the floor now. Amber Rose, social media influencer, on the podium.
I know this because for a long time I believed those lies, so I'm here to set the record straight. The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse, and I believed the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump. People have to do their research. I watched all the rallies, and I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters. I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love. And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong. So I let go of my fear of judgment, of being misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too. Thank you. Love you too. I never felt more free and more love for my country than I do now. I want to thank my father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad. Where's he at? I love you, Dad. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. When I met the president and Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell. Very funny. The First Lady was gracious and smart with a smile that will brighten up any room. If you're watching this tonight, you know our country is in trouble. Just like me. When you go to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked. When you fill up your gas tank, you're pissed. I know I am. And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted. Inflation is out of control. And you know in your heart it was not like this under Donald Trump. My message to you tonight comes from a humble place. The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates. Yes. Or, as Trump would say, it's a vote to make America great again. Thank you so much.
Amber Rose, rapper and influencer, addressing the convention hall in a speech that seems squarely aimed at going to those Trump doubters, people who think that perhaps he's too combative, he's too incendiary. This is a kinder, softer Donald Trump the Republican National Convention is attempting to portray tonight. We have a lot more of our coverage from the Republican National Convention as they focus on the economy. We're expecting the keynote speaker, Teamsters Union President Sean O'Brien. We're back from Milwaukee right after this. Welcome back. This is our special coverage live in Milwaukee of the Republican National Convention, the opening night. We've seen the former President Donald Trump here in the hall making an unexpected appearance, and for the first time being seen since the attempted assassination, the attempt on his life Saturday night in Pennsylvania. And you see rather clearly the bandage on his right ear, which was grazed by that gunman's bullet. One man killed, a rally goer, others injured, and the shooter dead as police continue to investigate and Secret Service looks at the breach of security there. We want to continue our coverage here. We just, as I turn to Hallie and Kristen, who've been with me all night, such an extraordinary moment. We just had Amber Rose, who's a rapper and an influencer, and there's been a lot of emphasis, and it will be this week. They want a lot of regular people, which maybe she's regular, maybe she's not. She's famous. So, but in the event, this was an attempt to say, look, I used to not like Donald Trump. I thought he was a racist. I thought he was this or that. I looked into it. I changed. It really feels like convention organizers are trying to soften the hard edges of a persona that Americans have gotten to be quite familiar with that's quite different than the one we're seeing tonight.
Absolutely, and this is really the first time we've seen Donald Trump try to reach out, try to soften those edges. To some extent, Savannah, the fact that he survived this assassination attempt will, I think, help him do that. But the message, the tone is very striking. And then think about the platform. Think about the fact that for the first time in decades, in about 40 years, the platform does not include a call for a national abortion ban. That in and of itself is a huge attempt to try to moderate on what is one of the thorniest issues for the Republican Party. By the way, it's one of the reasons why it took him a while to make this decision about who to choose for his vice presidential nominee and running mate. J.D. Vance, initially more conservative than Donald Trump as it relates to abortion. He has moderated his tone on abortion as well. So the question is, how will voters absorb this? We'll have to see.
And look, we're observing in real time a different approach from the Trump campaign and perhaps from former President Trump himself, his surrogates, Eric Trump. And I can almost hear some people in the audience saying, well, wait a minute, don't be fooled by this glossy makeover. This is the same person. So how will we cover this? How will this going forward, how will this be analyzed? Is this something that's a cynical attempt to try to get more voters, or is this a real change of heart?
It's clearly about trying to reach new audiences, Savannah. I mean, that is what this election is going to be about in a couple of different ways. This idea that you heard from Amber Rose, that you are likely to hear from J.D. Vance. Hey, I didn't like him at first, but now I do. To people who have spent the last nearly decade watching Donald Trump on the national stage.
All right, well, we want to turn to the speech on the convention for Sean O'Brien, Teamsters Union president, who is not yet endorsed a candidate, but is here at the RNC.
You know what I see?
Let's listen to his speech tonight.
An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Working people have no chance of winning this fight. That's why I'm here today. Because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did. Today, the Teamsters are here to say we are not beholden to anyone or any party. We will create an agenda and work with a bipartisan coalition ready to accomplish something real for the American worker. And I don't care about getting criticized. It's an honor to be the first Teamster in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention. Several months ago, I asked the RNC and the DNC for the opportunity to speak. To be frank, when President Trump invited me to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right. Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me a traitor. And this is precisely why it's so important for me to be here today. Think about this. Think about this. The Teamsters are doing something correct. If the extremes in both parties think I shouldn't be on this stage. President Trump had the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented. No other nominee in the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices. And I think we all can agree, whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB. The presidency of the Teamsters in a national election 2.5 years ago, we started reaching across the aisle. In the past, the Teamsters have endorsed GOP candidates, including Nixon, Reagan, and George H.W. Bush. But over the last 40 years, the Republican Party has really pursued strong relationships with organized labor. There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This, too, must change. And I want to be clear. At the end of the day, the Teamsters are not interested if you have a D, R, or an I next to your name. We want to know one thing. What are you doing to help American workers? As a negotiator, I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut. In my administration, the Teamsters reached out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them. We started talking. Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists. He has shown he is not willing to accept their pillaging of working people's pocketbooks. I know from a career in negotiating that you get nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step is to listen. The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks. Senators like J.D. Vance, Roger Marshall, and Representatives Nicole Malliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people. And this group is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today. There are far too many people on both sides of the aisle still caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the same tired claptrap that unions destroy American companies. Take a moment to consider United Parcel Service, which is the largest private sector logistics company, and it's been unionized for more than 100 years. More than 350,000 Teamsters make it run. We work for good middle-class wages, quality health care, and secure pensions. There are work rules that ensure fairness and due process for both sides. UPS is the most efficient package delivery company in the world. But let's not forget that UPS doesn't provide these great wages and benefits out of the kindness of its heart. UPS does it because the Teamsters fight for it, all 350,000 of us. You know, corporatists hate when working people join together to form unions. But for a century, major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate unions of their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the business roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages, benefits, and working conditions. Companies like Amazon are bigger than most national economies. Amazon is valued over $2 trillion. That makes it the 14th largest economy in the world. What is sickening is that Amazon has abandoned any national allegiance. Amazon's sole focus is on lining its own pockets. Remember, elites have no party, elites have no nation. Their loyalty is to the balance sheet and to the stock price at the expense of the American worker. In my office in Washington, D.C., I can see the United States Capitol from my window. I see well-intentioned people arrive in Washington and get eaten up by an unforgiving system. The responsibility to average Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival. Fundraiser after fundraiser. Corporate consultants hedge every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers, bouncing from government jobs to corporate jobs and back again. I think we can all agree D.C. is a pretty treacherous area. Most legislation is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap. It's very expensive, and it comes at the cost of our own country. Working people know our system is broken. The elites are not laboring on behalf of workers. There is a political caste system that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time, working people in America were seen as essential. Sadly, it took a global pandemic for political and corporate elites to notice this fact. But ask yourself this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was the last time you heard major news outlets regularly refer to workers as essential? You haven't. The men and women who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery shelves, care for patients, pick up your trash, and keep our communities safe are taken for granted. All the while, the stock market booms, housing prices hit record highs, and corporate salaries skyrocket. But the income of everyday Americans are shrinking in the face of inflation. At the gas pumps, at the grocery store, with the electrical bill, and with the car insurance. This has got to change. Never forget, American workers own this nation. We are not renters. We are not tenants. But the corporate elite treat us like squatters, and that is a crime. We've got to fix it. Now, this will shock you. This will shock you. To paraphrase Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, it's time for both sides of Congress to stand their butts up. We need trade policies that put American workers first. It needs to be easier for companies to remain in America. We need legal protections that make it safer for workers to get a contract. We must stop corporations from abandoning local communities to inflate their bottom line. We need meaningful bankruptcy reform. Today, corporate vultures buy up companies like Yellow Freight with the intent of driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains. The courts leave workers begging for crumbs as third-tier creditors. Labor law must be reformed. Americans vote for a union but can never get a union contract. Companies fire workers who try to join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations. This is economic terrorism at its best. An individual cannot withstand such an assault. A fired worker cannot afford corporate delays, and these greedy employers know it. There are no consequences for the company, only the worker. We need corporate welfare reform. Under our current system, massive companies like Amazon, Uber, Lyft, and Walmart take zero responsibilities for the workers they employ. These companies offer no real health insurance, no retirement benefits, no paid leave, relying on underfunded public assistance. And who foots the bill? The individual taxpayer. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real corruption. We must put workers first. What could be more important to the security of our nation than a long-term investment in the American worker? In 2021, Teamsters nationwide elected me to fight for them, and that's precisely what I'm doing. Something is wrong in this country, and we need to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union. I challenge each and every one of you, and especially my friends on the Democratic side, to embrace cooperation, to truly collaborate, to achieve meaningful and productive change, to ensure we make this great nation in this world the bigger, faster, and strongest nation in the entire world. I love this country. The Teamsters love this country. Our 1.3 million members move America on the roads, in the ports, on the rail, and in the air. And at the end of the day, if the powers to be stop me from raising my voice on behalf of American workers, I will not have one single regret. I still carry my commercial driver's license. I still have my place on the union seniority list. You'll find me back in Boston driving a tractor-trailer, delivering equipment for Shaughnessy and Ahern, because I have the protection of a union contract that gives me the freedom to speak my mind and to fight like hell. God bless the greatest nation. Thank you very much.
Well, there's some history being made right here at the RNC. The Teamsters president, one of the nation's largest union, addressing the Republican National Convention here as Donald Trump, you see him right there in the hall, watched. This is not perhaps unprecedented. I believe he said that never before had a union leader address the Republican National Convention. I want to turn to our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans, with more on this, that the economy is tonight's theme. And Christine, I'm just so struck by this because it does make history. We're not used to seeing union leaders at Republican conventions, and this is not your grandfather's Republican Party. I mean, here you have a fiery speaker, the keynote speaker, ripping corporations, blaming elites, talking about the plight of the workers. This is not the usual Republican orthodoxy.
Yeah, that's the kind of speech you would hear on the stage of a Democratic National Convention, not a Republican National Convention. It really shows you how this former president and this campaign is really trying to appeal to working class voters, to working men and women. The number of times tonight we've heard about grocery bills, gas bills, we've heard about immigration, and we've heard about inflation and drugs coming across the border, really trying to tap into the things that real people are talking about at their kitchen tables. It did strike me during that speech, the president was pretty straight-faced for much of it when he was really going after companies. You know, the president's platform is to cut taxes more for companies, to cut regulation more for companies, to give companies more breaks. But you heard that union leader there talking about how stock prices don't reflect what's happening, in the American kitchen table. It's interesting to me in the Trump administration, the first Trump administration, he took credit for record highs in the stock market. And you do have record highs, Savannah, again in the stock market. But now the focus here for this president is on gas prices, grocery prices, and pointing out, they say that it's because of Joe Biden and his policies, not just because of the pandemic, Savannah.
And Christine, as we continue to keep our eye on the floor of the Republican National Convention, there's a prayer going on right now. So you see former President Trump closing his eyes. Let's listen for a moment.
Saturday. And we pray you would send your holy angels to guard and keep President Trump from all harm and danger. Grant that we who came from many nations with many different languages may become a united people. Support us in defending our liberties, and give those to whom we have entrusted the authority of government the spirit and wisdom that there may be justice and peace in our land. When times are prosperous, may our hearts be thankful. And in troubled times, do not let our trust in you fail. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
The Republican National Convention, a prayer offered as Donald Trump bows his head and closes his eyes. Clearly, this has been a moment for the president coming as he has never been seen since, of course, not publicly, not live, since the attempt on his life on Saturday night. So it's an extraordinary moment here in this hall as he is surrounded by his supporters. I want to turn back to Christine Romans. We were discussing the economy. That is the theme of the event tonight, of the Republican convention. And Christine, I mean, the age-old question in presidential politics is, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? So I know you have all these numbers committed to memory.
Sure.
What are, when you look at the metrics, you look at unemployment, you look at wages, you look at inflation, what are the facts in terms of what we have now and what we had then?
It's a very strong economy. It's a strong labor market. It's a record high in the stock market, record high prices for homes, which makes it difficult for first-time home buyers and people, of course, who are trying to get into that housing market. But when you look back 4 years ago, where were you 4 years ago? Much of the country was in lockdown 4 years ago. So that kind of framing is a little more difficult this time, having lived through a, once in a generation or once in a 100-year pandemic that really skews all of the metrics. But, the stock market is not a measure of how Americans are feeling, of course, but regular buy and hold investors, their stocks are up 85% in the S&P 500 over the past 5 years, right? So that big stock market rally and expansion that began in the Trump administration has largely continued over the past 4 years. But what this administration wants to really do is focus in on those pain points, Savannah, of families who feel the car insurance is up 40%, homeowners insurance is up. These things that are sort of non-negotiable in middle-class living have become out of reach for some people, and that's what they're really going to hammer on here, I think, in the final days of the campaign. And of course, the Biden team is really focusing on the ways it is trying to fix those ways that people feel nickel to dime as well, and talking about their legacy. But it'll really be how people feel in their pocketbooks, I think, heading into the voting booth.
And it's fair to say that those markers, inflation, grocery prices, your rent, your mortgage, gas prices, those are the economic indicators that everyone feels.
They are, and also interest rates, right? You could be in a situation where the Federal Reserve is starting to lower those key interest rates as we get closer to the election, because things are improving here. Job market's still strong, but not too hot. Inflation is cooling. It really is. And the Fed chief and Fed officials have been saying they can see the light at the end of the tunnel here for interest rates to begin to start to lower them, and that will be more relief for American families. The question is, when does that begin, and is it happen in time?
All right, Christine, thank you very much. We continue to watch the convention floor. Donald Trump there sitting next to his newly named vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, the senator from Ohio. Many members of the Trump family there tonight. We saw Tiffany Trump, Don Jr., Eric Trump. Notably, Melania Trump is not here yet. The former First Lady, Ivanka Trump, the president's daughter, not here tonight. Not clear she'll be coming for the convention, and of course was the key advisor during the first Trump administration, along with her husband, Jared Kushner, but we have not seen them yet here in Milwaukee. I want to turn to Garrett Hake, who is on the floor of the convention. So what do we expect for the rest of the week here?
Well, Savannah, I think we're going to continue to see a mix of the original programming here, talking about making America strong again, making America great again, a focus on national security later in the week, mixed in with these references to the assassination attempt on the former president on Saturday. And as we're seeing a moment here for J.D. Vance, an effort to try to make the Republican Party a little bit more forward-looking, trying to look to a new sort of more America First version of the Republican Party that Donald Trump is trying to put forward. And on that note, I just have to say about that Teamsters Union speech, went over with a decidedly mixed reaction here in the hall. A lot of these folks here in the hall, more traditional Republican activists, or at least have some of that background. But the Trump campaign strategy is heavily focused on the fact that they know they're going to lose folks who are maybe more highly educated Republican voters, upper middle class folks who might have voted for someone like Nikki Haley in a primary. For every one of those voters they lose in the suburbs, they want to try to replace them with a blue-collar worker, primarily men, primarily voters from urban areas, folks who might not have ever identified as a Republican, but might have seen or might hear about a speech like that from a Teamsters president and say, maybe there is something for me here with this guy. Maybe this group is different. J.D. Vance very much comes from that wing of the party. You see that pivot to a whole new kind of Republicanism happening on stage tonight, and I suspect throughout the remainder of the week.
Thank you, Garrett. Let's pause for a moment. Listen in. The spontaneous chants of USA just breaking out as we continue to watch these final moments. Donald Trump once again addressing the crowd and waving and giving the smiles there. I want to go to Von Hilliard also on the floor as well. We're here in Wisconsin. Of course, Garrett just mentioned those blue-collar workers. It used to be the blue wall. Democrats reliably able to carry states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump turned that around in 2016 as they're in the closing moments here. It is no mistake that we're here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a state that went for Biden by less than 1% in 2020, Vaughn.
And it's an understanding in a lot of ways what the conversation we were having around the vice presidential pick by Donald Trump 8 years ago with Mike Pence. 8 years to the day, I might add, the Indiana governor at the time. The idea that he could win over some Midwest voters, the idea that he effectuates the ethos that is the Midwest. Of course, hillbilly elegy and talking to the delegates here repeatedly came up. That's how folks became familiar with who J.D. Vance was. He's only been in the U.S. Senate for 18 months, but clearly there is an understanding that between Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, if you're the Trump campaign and you secure those 4 states, you win the nomination. You hit 270 electoral college votes. You don't need Arizona. You don't need Georgia. Of course, those would be ideal, but if you win those Midwest states for the Trump campaign, you were able to secure the nomination. And you said it, Savannah, this is a Republican Party that understands to the extent that they can galvanize a base of support around somebody who, frankly, in a lot of ways has become almost a folk hero to his supporters through 4 indictments, through a civil penalty of $350 million against him and his family business, and now through getting shot just over 48 hours ago. The way that he entered this arena here compared to 4 years ago when there were still folks like Paul Ryan and Ted Cruz that were still voices, Liz Cheney. This is a Republican Party that is confident in itself, confident in being a party that is Donald Trump's. And that is where you see J.D. Vance in a lot of ways represents a lot of the delegates that we talked to here. There were folks 8 years ago that were reticent towards Donald Trump. They were questioned his faith, his morals. And yet, where are they now? These are the party activists. They are elected officials. And there is no dissent inside of this room. When J.D. Vance's name was called for the acclamation of the vote, everybody was a yay. There was not a single nay. And I think it speaks to where this party is heading into the final 3.5 months, Savannah.
It is Donald Trump's party now. Full stop. Von Hilliard on the floor there. Thank you so much. And we've just been watching Mr. Trump and the Trump family exit the convention hall. It was an enraptured audience tonight, seeing their nominee in person since his assassination attempt. We see Trump supporter Tucker Carlson there, other key members of the Trump inner circle. I want to go to Tom Yamas on the convention floor with that view from the floor. How was this received tonight?
You know, Savannah, I was just talking to some delegates, and I said good night, and they all said great night. You know, the convention really serves 2 purposes. One is to nominate, right, the former president and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, but it's also to unify the party. And by unifying the party, they have events like this. They have speakers. They have these seats filled. And I think tonight the party was definitely unified. You see MAGA hats everywhere. You see red shirts, red coats. People were unified not only because of the message and what they believe in former President President Trump's platform, but also because of what happened 2 days ago. I actually had a Texas delegate. It's okay. It's live. It's all good. I actually had a Texas delegate grab me, and he said, I was on your show about 6 months ago when former President Trump announced. Everyone on that panel laughed at me. I said he would be the nominee, and everyone laughed at me. This delegate was telling me, and now this is a full circle moment. I'm here, and I can't believe he's the nominee once again. This is the podium right up here. That's the podium where former President Trump's going to speak on Thursday. We know that he's torn up his speech, Savannah. He said he had written a speech, and after nearly dying, after nearly being assassinated, he tore up that speech. The speech he's going to give, nobody knows, but apparently the message is going to be to unify the country. It would be a unique message, because if you study former President Trump's history, especially in these big moments, it has been a message not about uniting, but a message about how he wants to take the country and where he wants to take it. Savannah?
All right, Tom Yamas, thank you. The final song here at the Convention Hall in Milwaukee, Don't Stop Believin'. Want to get some final thoughts in these final moments from Kristen Welker and Hallie Jackson. It's interesting because this is a rematch, and it's a rematch that, let's be honest, a lot of Americans never wanted to see. They even have a moniker this time. They call them double haters, people who don't like Trump and they don't like Biden. But tonight, Hallie, it does seem the Trump campaign is trying to reach out and expand the tent a bit.
Yeah. There are no haters in this room, we can say. And while Don't Stop Believing just wrapped up, these are all believers, enraptured by seeing the former president here. When you talk about those olive branches that the Trump campaign is trying to extend, we saw it in a couple of different ways. Amber Rose, that celebrity influencer and rapper, doing some outreach to communities of color, to black voters. We heard other speeches, outreach to Latino voters. The Teamster speech that we were talking about from Sean O'Brien there, that is not typically a Republican coalition, as you and Garrett have laid out. But look at the polling in this issue. This is an area where, based on our most recent numbers, while President Biden holds a lead, it's down from where he was in 2020, from about 16 points to about 9 points now. It is eroding, and that is one of the coalitions that President Biden will need to keep him strong in this race if, in fact, he wants to end up, of course, taking the White House come November, Savannah.
Yeah, we've seen President Biden lose some ground with some of that demographic, which, of course, is part of the Biden coalition. Talk about that, and also where independents are, because so often independents are decisive in a race like this.
You're right, Savannah. Look, President Biden is down with union households. He's getting about 9% support, down from 16. He's down with independents. So critical. And that's why that speech tonight by Sean O'Brien was such an inflection point, because I interviewed Senator Bernie Sanders over the weekend. He said President Biden's got to reach out to working class voters if he wants to win this election. And you can see former President Trump trying to make the same type of outreach. That is where this battle is going to be fought and won, Savannah.
Well, for many, many years, Republicans weren't even really vying for that endorsement, and clearly they're hoping they may get it. It's not one man's decision, but a board of the Teamsters Union will decide. We've got a lot more to cover this week from Milwaukee. This concludes night one of the Republican National Convention. We'll see you back here tomorrow night, Lester Holt and I, right here on NBC.
Tonight, a critical step in choosing the next president.
Please welcome Donald J. Trump.
The Republican ticket is set. Trump-Vance. The former president picking Ohio Senator J.D. Vance to be his running mate.
Mr. Trump making his first public appearance and officially nominated. After surviving the first presidential assassination attempt in decades.
Republicans rallying around him as he prepares to make his case to get back to the White House.
The stakes could not be higher. The stage is now set as America looks forward to Decision 2024.
From NBC News, live from Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the second night of the Republican National Convention.
Moments ago, we saw former President Donald Trump and his VP running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, make their way inside this packed arena. Let's get you caught up on the political news today. NBC News has learned that Senator Vance and his opponent, Vice President Kamala Harris, spoke on the phone after Harris left a voicemail. And in that message, she encouraged him to accept a VP debate next month.
We're going to talk about that with North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, who was on Mr. Trump's VP shortlist, you'll remember, in just a moment. And soon we'll hear speeches from Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Florida Senator Marco Rubio, and a keynote address from Mr. Trump's daughter-in-law, RNC co-chair Lara Trump.
Well, it comes as Republicans attempt to make a big show of unity tonight here in Milwaukee. The crowd already has heard from former presidential candidates like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, also former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and top House Republicans like the Speaker Mike Johnson.
Tonight's speakers will be focused on crime. This night has been branded by the RNC as Make America Safe once again. It's, of course, a notable theme just 3 days after Mr. Trump survived an assassination attempt at one of his rallies. Today, NBC News also learned that the Secret Service actually ramped up security in recent weeks over concerns about an Iranian assassination plot. That plot appears to be separate from what happened over the weekend.
So we have much to cover this morning. Joining us here in Milwaukee, meet the press moderator, Kristen Welker, and our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. So let's start with you, Kristen. We say good evening. It's night 2 of the Republican National Committee, and tonight it's a team of rivals. We saw Nikki Haley, who of course ran against Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis, and they're preaching unity.
Well, that's right, Savannah, and it was so fascinating to hear from Nikki Haley. She said this: "I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period." A stark difference from what we heard from Ted Cruz in 2016 when he came out to address the crowd and said, "Vote your conscience," and the crowd started booing. This is a party that is unified. It is Donald Trump's party, and the fact that Nikki Haley was here, her message was basically, I want to reach out to the voters who are still skeptical, who still aren't on board. Her voters were going to be critical.
By the way, though, Kristen, she didn't receive this invitation until just the last few days. As of last week, she was telling people, I'm not going to the RNC, I'm not speaking there, and she wasn't even planning to be here.
You're absolutely right, and that's one of the things that made the optics of this so fascinating. She did get that olive branch to come and speak at the RNC in these final days, and you could look on Donald Trump's face. It was a very tempered expression as he listened to her speak, and I think it underscored, look, this was a fierce battle in the primary. She's the only Republican candidate to have actually won a state, and in some of these states, Savannah and Lester, she got 20, 30, 40%. Her voters could make all of the difference in this election. The Biden campaign is vying for those voters too, so her argument tonight on a range of different issues, she really put foreign policy in the spotlight. She argued Donald Trump is the better candidate.
And Hallie, when you talk about unity as part of the theme tonight, also crime, it makes you think back to American Carnage. They're repackaging what has been an animating issue for Republicans for a long time.
The idea of red meat to the base, and that's what's been so interesting about the contrast here in the speeches tonight. You are hearing the bread and butter of the current Republican platform here as it relates to immigration, as it relates to crime, things that will appeal to base Republican voters, that core who Donald Trump needs to turn out, J.D. Vance needs to turn out, even as you're also hearing these themes of unity with, Savannah, as you described it, that team of rivals. I spoke with one of them, Ted Cruz, who back in 2016 also ran against former President Trump, also a very bitter primary battle, yet he showed up here, told people to vote their conscience, was basically booed off the stage. In the seconds before Nikki Haley spoke, I was talking with Senator Cruz, and I asked him, okay, here we are. What is the reception here? Where is the party? And he said, this is Donald Trump's party now. The people have come around to it. People are behind him, and that is exactly what the Trump-Vance campaign, by the way, they were passing out those new signs just today. That's what they want to be pushing.
It was interesting. watching, trying to look at the face of Donald Trump during Nikki Haley's speech, trying to interpret how he was seeing it.
Yeah, I confess I was on the floor and didn't have the greatest view of the former president, but I was tuned in to others on the floor. And what was interesting, a lot of the delegates were on their feet. I wasn't sure, were we going to hear boos? We know from our reporting that some delegates have been told, please don't do that. Let's make sure that we're showing some support for Nikki Haley when she comes out. But you know who I was with? This is interesting. A couple of delegates from Arizona, a state you know well, Savannah, who had put fake bandages on their ears. They had showed up, obviously the image that we have been seeing from the former president with that injury on his ear. They said they wanted to show some support for him in this moment.
In solidarity. Okay. The issue tonight is Make America Safe. Again, that's the theme of the night. Goes to crime, but it also goes to immigration. And Kristen, of course, immigration has fast become a top issue for voters right alongside the economy, whereas before it was always the economy and others were always a distant second. But it is very much top of mind, certainly for Republican voters, but other voters as well.
Absolutely. It's part of what put Trump in the White House in 2016. So expect this to remain in focus. As you say, it continues to be a motivating issue for voters, not just Republicans, but moderates, independents, people all across the political spectrum. The raw numbers actually show that illegal migration is down to a new low in the wake of President Biden passing some executive actions to curb illegal migration. But the arguments you will hear tonight is that the border is too open, too accessible, and that Donald Trump, J.D. Vance are the ones to fix that pressing issue.
Well, we're here night 2 in Milwaukee, live shot right there of former President Trump, who's decided to make it another night. It actually came a little earlier than expected, and Senator Vance right there, the vice presidential candidate. We await keynote speeches tonight. Among the speakers we will have tonight, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the governor of Arkansas, Senator Marco Rubio, and the keynote speaker is Laura Trump. Let's go down to the floor, get our first look tonight of that. Our senior national correspondent, Tom Yamas, is there. Tom, hi there.
Savannah, good evening. Great to be with you tonight. I want to show you the first look that we have of the new Trump-Vance campaign signs. The ticket is official. Former President Donald Trump, Senator J.D. Vance, you see the signs right there, just printed just above. The two men are now in the VIP box there. Former President Trump turned around talking to Senator J.D. Vance. You know, when the former president walked in, I got to say there was a vibe shift in here. You know, he looked different. He looked like he was happier. He was more into it. You can imagine 2 days after surviving that assassination attempt, he came in here. He looked almost a little stunned, like he was taking it all in. But today, happier, smiling. The vibe here also, I will tell you, the electricity, it feels like the energy level is much higher today. I don't know what changed, but you have those speakers, you have those team of rivals. I will say when Vivek Ramaswamy took the stage here, he delivered his speech. It was the loudest cheers we have heard so far during this convention. So many delegates out here, including delegates that belong to Nikki Haley. She has surrendered those delegates. She has now given them to former President Trump. We talked to those delegates. They were happy to be here. They were going to support former President Trump now. When she came out, we heard some cheers, we heard some boos, but mostly it was cheers, and she seemed to win over the crowd. We're here at the 2024 convention, but I do want to mention a name you may hear in the 2054 convention. His name is Anthony Bono. He's the youngest little delegate we've found so far. Check out his shirt. It says Future President. He's sleeping right now, but I'm sure he's going to be pumped when the big speakers come later in prime time. Anthony Bono, remember that name. Thank you for letting us talk to him. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Not staying.
All right, Tom, thank you so much.
We're joined now by Doug Burgum, governor of North Dakota and former member of the short list. What's it like to be off the VP short list?
Well, I woke up today with still having the greatest job in America, and that's the governor of North Dakota. I've got 151 days left, and so we look forward to that with a lot of excitement. And, of course, President Trump made a great pick, and I'm very excited. I mean, you saw the speeches tonight. Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, people that I was on the stage with here in Milwaukee last September. It's just great to see the whole party come together.
Well, when the president called you to tell you he had made another choice for VP, I heard he called you Mr. Secretary, which suggests he's thinking about you for his cabinet should he win. Is that something you're interested in?
Well, I think what we've been saying all along is what matters is getting President Trump elected. There's going to be no cabinet positions for anybody unless he wins the election. And even though there's a lot of momentum right now, we know these races can get close. We know that in our nation, a lot of people have already made up their mind. There's very few independent voters right now. I mean, that are undecided, I should say. And it's going to come down, I think, again to these 19 counties. And so we've got to get out there and do the work and tell the story.
And Governor, it sounds like the stage is being set for a vice presidential debate. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's terrific, particularly with the chaos on the Democrat side. But I'm just not sure. I mean, is Harris going to be on the top of the ticket or the vice president? Having that debate before they have their convention, I think if they should move it back till afterwards, and let's find out who the real vice president is going to be.
So you think it's still an open question whether President Biden is the nominee of the Democratic Party?
I think it's a day by day. I mean, he could be one fall away or one episode away from people just saying we've got to make a switch. I mean, I think it's that precarious. They're trying to hold together this ruling coalition that they created 4 years ago, and it's barely holding together right now. And I said it's every day could make a difference.
It's interesting though, because if you look at the polls or if you look out here, the energy in the room, people have a little pep in their step. They see that Trump is leading in most of the battleground polls. But I heard you say a moment ago, there's really just a very small sliver of voters who are up for grabs here. So do you still consider this a very competitive race?
Well, I think we have to approach it that way. I mean, just like you would in any and we've all seen the sports analogies, and we've seen it political analogies. If people think you've got a big lead, you take your foot off the gas, and then all of a sudden you get beat at the last minute. I mean, I think the Republican Party here can't take anything for granted. If every Republican in the country votes for President Trump, we could still lose. Independents have to be part of that coalition coming over to get him over the top.
Have you had much conversation with Donald Trump in the last 2 nights here? Can you give us a sense of how he is doing emotionally through all this?
Well, I can tell you, one thing, which is when he made the call to talk yesterday about his decision. Before we even got to that, I just right away said, hey, Mr. President, Catherine and I wanted to share our gratitude that you're alive. I mean, you're talking to somebody that had a assassination attempt. It was 36 hours before when he was a millimeter away from what would have been national chaos, mourning. There would have been no convention. Our party would have been in complete disarray. And so it's hard to even fathom that. I mean, it made it seem like the decision about vice president was really minimized by that. And our whole approach all along was that we were never running for vice president. We were out there just campaigning for President Trump, and organically we kept kind of moving up in these things. So we said, hey, this is a decision. He'll make the right decision at the right time. He always had a great pool of candidates. He made a great decision, and we're saying, hey, congratulations, but most importantly, we're glad you're alive.
There have been a lot of calls to lower the temperature on the political rhetoric, and the president himself, former President Trump, said he actually threw away his convention speech that he was planning to give on Thursday, which he said was going to be tough, in favor of calling for unity. Do you see that change in him? I mean, he pulls no punches. That's his brand. His brand is as a fighter. Do you see this as a permanent change?
Well, I think, I'm not a clinical psychologist, but there's an enormous amount of material written about people who've had near-death experiences. And one of the things that often changes for them is they become more present. They become more grateful for the moment. And I think America saw last night when President Trump, that electrifying moment when he walked into the arena last night. I mean, he's listened to Lee Greenwood play that song before hundreds and hundreds of events. And I think you could see on his face last night that there was like, hey, I'm alive, I'm here. I think with that, he's got a new, renewed and profound sense of determination. And again, I think if someone who's come through something that can only be explained by divine providence, I think it would have to change any of us that you went through that. And when he left the stage with his fist raised, that's an iconic moment for all of history. I mean, the picture that was taken will be in children's school books 100 years from now. I think we've witnessed history, and then we jumped into this convention and started talking punditry. But I think if we step back a little bit, what we've gone through is just an enormously historic few days.
Governor Burgum, thank you for coming on with us tonight.
Thank you, Lester, Savannah, thank you. Great to be with you.
We're going to have a lot more live from the Republican National Convention on night 2, including more of the night's biggest speeches. We're going to get a break in, and we're back right after this.
Borders are off.
Welcome back to our special coverage here in Milwaukee, the second night of the Republican National Convention. And in just a few moments, this crowd will hear from Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, a familiar face to many as she served as former President Trump's White House press secretary during his administration. And we are expecting her to make a big pitch to female voters tonight.
And what we're hearing right now is everyday American stories as they continue to talk about this theme of Make America Safe Again, their terminology for it. And we will listen to one of these.
My son, Sergeant Hassan Faria, an Afghanistan War retired veteran. He received enemy fire from the Taliban, only to be murdered with a knife on the streets of New York City. The 4 assailants responsible for his death initially were facing justice. But that changed when District Attorney Alvin Bragg was elected. Suddenly, 2 of the homicidal maniacs responsible for my son's death had their gang assault and murder charges completely dismissed. One of them received 14 months time served. Alvin Bragg charged her with assault with a shoe. And another one was sentenced to 7 years. I later learned that Alvin Bragg often dismisses and reduces dangerous criminals. He wants to clear the jails and return violent felons onto our streets every day. The injustice was devastating for me and my family. I don't want anyone else to experience the senseless pain that many other victims across this United States of America have to live with every day. So I decided to use the voice that God gave me to be the voice for the voiceless across America. We need justice for victims, and we need accountability for prosecutors who fail in their duty. Soft on crime prosecutors like Alvin Bragg in New York, Kim Fox in Chicago, and George Gascon in Los Angeles have turned our great country and cities into war zones. Poor and neglected communities like mine are suffering. And who else in here is sick and tired of being sick and tired? The Democratic Party that poor minorities have been loyal to for decades, including myself, all right? They betrayed us. They stabbed us in the back. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who claim to represent us, have abandoned us. They neglected the poor minority communities across America. But mine eyes have been opened. Just like so many other poor minorities across America. Donald Trump shares our values, love of God and family and country. He's been a victim of the same corrupt system that I have been and my family has been. He is committed to providing economic opportunities, helping those suffering from addiction with long-term inpatient drug programs, rolling back
Her name is Madeline Brame. She has certainly energized this crowd as they continue to hear what they call everyday stories of people whose lives have been upended or affected by crime.
One of the most well-received speeches we've heard, and now the governor of Arkansas.
What a powerful story to follow. Good evening. I'm Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And before I get started, I want to say I have always been proud to stand with President Trump, but never have I been more proud than to stand with him right now, tonight. Not even an assassin's bullet could stop him. God Almighty intervened because America is one nation under God, and he is certainly not finished with President Trump. And our country is better for it. I am here tonight as America's youngest governor, the first woman to lead the great state of Arkansas. And most importantly, a mom to 3 amazing kids, Scarlett, Huck, George. When I was President Trump's White House press secretary, the best job, I got the chance to take my 4-year-old son, Huck, to bring your kid to work day. Much like Jill now drags Joe to bring your husband to work day. And while I was briefing the president on the upcoming event in the Oval Office, all of the kids who were attending that day gathered in the Rose Garden, getting ready to meet him. And we were walking out onto that beautiful, perfect colonnade. And I saw out of the corner of my eye that my son Huck was running full speed directly at the President of the United States. Being the gracious person he is, President Trump bent down to give him a big hug. And right in front of everyone, Huck sidestepped the president, completely ignoring him in front of everyone, and ran straight into my arms. For my 4-year-old son, the most powerful man in the world had nothing on his mom. But because he's the amazing man he is, President Trump didn't mind at all. After all, he's a dad to 5 unbelievable kids and a grandfather to 10. And while that story is certainly a special memory for my family, it's an even greater reminder why I support President Trump. Not for me, not for him, but for my kids and for yours. Under President Trump, America was safer, the world was safer, and it felt like the next generation would have a chance at the American dream. President Trump did the job that Kamala won't and Joe Biden simply can't. When we're honest, every American knows that we were so much better off under President Trump. So tonight, I don't want to just speak about President Trump's successful policies. While there are many, I want to talk about the man that I know. When the president hired me, I was the first mom and only the third woman to ever serve as the White House press secretary. And in that role, I endured relentless attacks from the left. I was insulted as a guest at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. My family was denied service and kicked out of a restaurant. And a parent at my 3-year-old son's preschool spit on my car. And in those moments, it was President Trump who defended me. And when an MSNBC host, the author of several books on empowering women, said I was unfit to be a mother, and another MSNBC host said I was vile, not even human, and that I should be choked, MSNBC again did nothing. But our president pulled me aside, looked me in the eye, and said, "Sarah, you're smart, you're beautiful, you're tough, and they attack you because you're good at your job. Never let them stop fighting." Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. That's the Donald Trump that I know, and that's the Donald J. Trump I will always respect. The left doesn't care about empowering women. Biden and Harris can't even tell you what a woman is. They only care about empowering themselves. But we have a president who believes in empowering every American and that our country is worth fighting for. For the last 4 years, Republican governors have been leading that fight and doing what Joe Biden refuses to do. We've deployed the National Guard to the border. We've cracked down on crime and drugs. We cut taxes to give hardworking Americans a break from Bidenflation. And we empowered parents with universal school choice across the country. Donald Trump was the very first president in my lifetime to take a hard line against China, and I'm proud to be the first and only governor in the country to kick communist China off our farmland and out of my state. President Trump is a leader, and he's the leader our country needs. And if ever there was a doubt, earlier this week, we saw just how tough, resilient, courageous, and daring this man is, and we can't get him back in the White House fast enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not called to stand still in the face of great danger. You and I were put on this earth at a moment in time to charge boldly ahead. We cannot know what the future holds, but we know damn sure who holds the future in his hands. God spared President Trump from that assassin because God is not finished with him yet. And he most certainly is not finished with America yet either. With God as our guide and President Trump back in the White House, we will show the world that America is the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, let us not leave here just excited about a great few days, but let us leave here energized and committed to making sure that we protect our freedom and we have the ability to pass it on to the next generation, because America is the greatest country that the world has ever known, and our kids and our grandkids deserve to enjoy it the way each of us did. And we will with President Trump back in the White House. Thank you so much. God bless the great state of Arkansas and the amazing United States of America. Thank you very much.
A passionate endorsement of Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders of her former boss. She, of course, was the second press secretary in the Trump administration, giving a very stirring remarks on his behalf.
It was interesting to hear. It wasn't a policy discussion. She said specifically, I want to talk about the personal side. She talked about being a mom. Kristen, this is part of the soft sell that we've been seeing all week here at the RNC as they're trying to reach out to independent voters and those crucial suburban moms.
Those suburban moms. She told that personal story about her son at the White House, talked about Donald Trump as a father and a grandfather. There was some red meat for the base. She talked about issues from crime and immigration. These are issues where Donald Trump gets higher marks than Joe Biden. That's part of why we're going to hear those themes over and over again. But it's notable on crime. It's actually at a 50-year low right now. Immigration, again, illegal border crossings are down. Nonetheless, the perception in our latest polling is that Donald Trump gets higher marks. So the challenge for Biden is to make up that gap.
And he's got to deal with it on two levels, including immigration, but certainly the economy.
The economy is at the top of voters' minds. Trump gets higher marks as it relates to the economy. You have inflation that's down. You have jobs that are up. And yet, again, the perception issue is the biggest issue for Biden.
It is interesting to see that when so often in Donald Trump's past, he would be firing up the base. It was all about red meat for the base. And this does seem to be a Republican Party and a Republican strategy that is trying to widen its appeal and reach out to get a general election audience to listen.
Absolutely, Savannah, which isn't to say there hasn't been red meat for the base, because there's been plenty, and we've heard some of it tonight. But what you saw from Sarah Huckabee Sanders was trying to put a human face, a softer face on the former president. She took that sharp dig at President Biden, but her speech very well received. And I don't want to get ahead of things, but let's talk 2028, because she was on that long list for VP, not the short list. She has political ambitions well beyond this current moment.
All right, we're going to take a break. Still ahead tonight, tonight's biggest speakers, including this evening's keynote address live from the Republican National Convention. That's coming up right after this. Welcome back to our special coverage of the second night of the Republican National Convention.
Right now, the crowd is listening to Ben Carson, former HUD secretary in the Trump administration. Let's go back to the floor.
Do not be afraid or fear not. It appears 365 times in Scripture, a reminder to live each day with faith, hope, and joy as joyful warriors for Christ. And when God is with us, nobody can stand against us. With this assurance from the Almighty, even the face of evil itself cannot shake our resolve. We will keep fighting, we will keep praying, and by the grace of God, we will save our country and re-elect President Trump together with Vice President Vance this November. And I want you to remember this. In 1831, Alexis de Tocqueville came to America to study our nation because the Europeans were fascinated. They wanted to know how could a nation barely 50 years old already compete with them on virtually every level. So he looked at our government and he was duly impressed by our checks and balances and separation of powers. And then he looked at our business environment. He was duly impressed by how we encourage entrepreneurship and innovation. And he looked at our educational system, and he was blown away by the fact that he could find a mountain man in the middle of the woods who could read, who could tell him about the Declaration of Independence. But the thing that impressed him the most was when he went to our churches. And he heard those inspirational sermons from the pulpits that inspired a ragtag bunch of militiamen to defeat the most powerful army in the world and gave the American people a moral basis. And he concluded his 2-volume set, Democracy in America, with these words. He said, America is great because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, she will cease to be great. It is our job to make America good. And let's do this by re-electing President Trump so we can make America great. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator of Florida, Marco Rubio.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Don't say polo. Don't say polo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The last few days remind us that the life of every living thing and the breath of all mankind is in the hands of God. We were brought to the precipice of the abyss, and by the hand of God, reminded of what truly matters in our lives and in our country. This thing we do called politics, it matters. It's not unimportant. But it is our people who must always matter the most in everything we do. By giving voice to everyday Americans, President Trump has not just transformed our party, he has inspired a movement. A movement of the people who grow our food and drive our trucks, the people who make our cars and build our homes, the people whose taxes fund our government, and whose children fight our wars. Americans like Corey Comparatori. He was a former fire chief and a loving husband. He was described as the best dad a girl could ever ask for. as a man of God who loved Jesus fiercely and looked after members of his church. Corey was one of the millions of everyday Americans who make our country great. He wasn't rich, he wasn't famous, and the only reason why we know his name and story now is because last Saturday, he shielded his wife and daughter from an assassin's bullet and lost his life the way he lived it, a hero. For those still wondering who are in the press and many watching at home, these are the Americans who wear the red hats and wait for hours under a blazing sun to hear Trump speak. And what they want, what they ask for, it is not hateful or extreme. What they want is good jobs and lower prices. They want borders that are secure, and for those who come here to do so legally. They want to be safe from criminals and from terrorists. And they want for our leaders to care more about our problems here at home than about the problems of other countries far away. There is absolutely nothing dangerous or anything divisive about putting Americans first. Those who are offended, anyone who is offended about putting America first has forgotten what American is and what American means. American isn't the color of our skin or our ethnicity. Americans are people as diverse as humanity itself. But out of many, we are one. Because as the life story of our next Vice President, J.D. Vance, reminds us, we are all descendants of ordinary people who achieved extraordinary things. Who do we come from? We come from pioneers who ventured west to chase their dreams, and slaves who overcame bondage to claim their right to the promise of America. We come from exiles who fled tyranny in search of freedom, and of immigrants who left behind all they had and knew because they could not be or achieve God's purpose for their life in the nation of their birth. That is an American. And putting Americans first must be what this election is about. When President Trump was in the White House, Americans had more money and lower prices. Our borders were secure and our laws were enforced. Iran was broke, the Taliban stopped killing Americans, and Putin didn't invade anyone. Now, under Biden, high prices devour paychecks. Criminals and drugs are allowed to flood into our country and terrorize our people. And Iran has money to support terrorists. The Taliban humiliated us in Afghanistan, and not one, but two major wars have broken out. My fellow Americans, the only way to make America wealthy and safe and strong again is to make Donald J. Trump our president again. Our country has been injured by the bad decisions of weak leaders. But now, though bloodied by our wounds, we must stand up and we must fight. Fight not with violence or destruction, but with our voices and our votes. Fight not against each other, but for the hopes and dreams we share in common and make us one. And fight for an America where we are safe from those who seek to harm us on our streets and from abroad. And we will not be alone in this fight. For leading us in this fight will be a man who, although wounded and facing danger, he stood up and raised his fist and reminded us that our people and our country are always worth fighting for. It is time to put our country and our people first again. And if we do, together, we will make our people wealthy again. If we do, together, we will make our country safe again. Together, we will make Donald Trump our president again. And together, we will not just make America great again. We will make America greater than it has ever been. Thank you. God bless you.
Senator Marco Rubio, one-time opponent of Donald Trump, on the short list for VP candidate this year. And now we're about to hear from Laura Trump. She's the keynote speaker tonight, the co-chair of the RNC, daughter-in-law of former President Trump, the first family member to address this convention. Let's listen.
Whoa! I don't feel like I actually have to ask this question, but is anybody in this room ready to send Donald Trump back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? Well, it may not be a surprise that I actually had a very different speech that I was prepared to give up here tonight. That all changed at 6:11 on Saturday evening. Nothing prepares you for a moment like that. Our family has faced our fair share of death threats, mysterious powders sent to our homes, tasteless and violent comments directed towards us on social media. But none of that prepares you as a daughter-in-law to watch in real time someone try to kill a person you love. None of that prepares you as a mother to quickly reach for the remote and turn your young children away from the screen so that they're not witness to something that scars the memory of their grandpa for the rest of their lives. The prayers and well wishes we've received over the last 72 hours have been overwhelming, to say the least. And my heart goes out to the family who lost a husband and a father because of this senseless act. All of you here tonight and watching at home mean the world to all of us in the Trump family. If Donald Trump has shown us anything, it's that when it feels impossible to keep going, those are the times we must keep going. I don't know how many people here watching at home have ever been to a Trump rally, but if you've never been, let me tell you about them. Oh, some of you have been. Regardless of how the media have painted these rallies, you would be hard-pressed to find and to join a happier group of people coming together over their love for the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. I dare anyone trying to leave a Trump rally without leaving with some new friends. You always make friends out of Trump rally, right? Veterans, teachers, blue-collar workers, white-collar workers, active duty military, police officers, firefighters, small business owners, Latino supporters, Christian supporters, Jewish supporters, black supporters, white supporters, Asian supporters, gay supporters, Republicans, independents, and yes, even Democrats. At a Trump rally, you're not viewed as your profession, your religion, or the color of your skin. You're viewed as one thing: an American. Last Saturday was a jarring reminder that we, as Americans, must always remember: there is more that unites us than divides us. We all want this country to be great, even if we don't always agree on the best way of doing that. And with every bone in my body, I can tell you that all Donald Trump wants to do and has ever wanted to do is make this country great again for all of us. Proverbs 28 reads, "The wicked flee, though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion." And that truly epitomizes Donald Trump. He is a lion. He is bold, he is strong, he is fearless, and he is exactly what this country needs right now. Let's not forget what life actually looked like under President Donald Trump. Trade deals across the world that benefited our economy, allied countries paying their fair share, a safe and secure southern border, record low unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, and women, record investment in historically black colleges and universities, the creation of the United States Space Force, the most comprehensive prison reform in decades. How about the peace agreements in the Middle East that they said would never happen? The largest tax cuts in American history, our energy independence, massive amounts of red tape cut, and no new wars when Donald J. Trump was president. Maybe, most importantly though, you could actually feel it in your everyday life. Now, you didn't have to love everything that he tweeted, but you cannot deny you were better off when Donald Trump was in office. Americans were finally able to start saving money. Home prices were affordable, and gas hit a low of $1.87 a gallon. As I speak here tonight, many of our fellow Americans don't know how they'll pay for their next trip to the grocery store, new clothes for their children, or this month's rent. Many of our fellow Americans worry that we are on the verge of a major terror attack here on American soil. Many of our fellow Americans don't think their own children will be able to establish a better life than they themselves currently have. Many of our fellow Americans are right now sitting and wondering how on earth this country could have moved in the wrong direction and so quickly. The Democrats and the media know that they cannot convince you, the American people, that your life is better off now, because it's not. So what will they do? They'll try to sell you on some outrageous narrative about the terrible things that Donald Trump will do if he becomes president. But you don't have to imagine what it would be like. All you have to do is remember what it was like. I know. Oh, yeah. I know what you hear out there about Donald Trump. I know what you read, what the media tells you, and what out-of-touch celebrities on the left say about this man. But when I look at Donald Trump, I see a wonderful father, father-in-law, and of course, grandfather to my 2 young children, Luke and Carolina. I know that I'm lucky enough to get to call him my father-in-law and see him a little differently than all of you. But it's through that lens that I sometimes wish more people could see him. This is a man who has sacrificed for his family and a man who has truly sacrificed for his country. Donald Trump didn't need to run for president for fame or money. Trust me, we all know he already had plenty of that. I'll tell you why he did it and why he continues on, even in the face of the unthinkable. Because he loves this country. He did it for his grandchildren, for your children and grandchildren, and for the generations to come. I have seen this man dragged through hell and back, in and out of courtrooms, indictments, impeachments, mugshots, and even an assassination attempt. And yet, he has never backed down. I'll never forget watching my 2 children run up to him with their drawings and hugs for Grandpa, just moments before he took the elevator down in Trump Tower to address the media the day after his wrongful conviction. Despite everything else he had going on, he had no other focus in the entire world. Just a man relishing time with his grandchildren. It's a side of Donald Trump that not enough people get to see. Maybe you got to see a side of Donald Trump on Saturday that you were not sure existed until you saw it with your own eyes. Martin Luther King Jr. once famously said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of convenience and comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. There's no doubt that Saturday was one of the most frightening moments of my father-in-law's life. Millimeters separated him from life and certain death. And yet, it was in the midst of it all, as he was jostled off stage by Secret Service, that he knew how defining that moment would be for our country. And he hoisted his fist in the air. It was not just for the audience at the rally, not just for his supporters tuning in, but for all of America. And as a signal to the world that no matter what, America will always prevail. Though it's been strained and attacked, no enemy, no force, not even a bullet is strong enough to break our American grit and our American soul. We are the country whose founders gave their fortunes, freedom, and lives to pursue the dream of a free society. We are the country of Thomas Edison, Susan B. Anthony, Henry Ford, and Harriet Tubman. We are the country who fought and won 2 world wars. And we are the country who always rises to meet the moment, no matter how insurmountable the task. And in that split second, on Saturday, Donald Trump reminded us all of that very history and who we are at our core as a nation. That is the Donald Trump that I know. He is an American who conquered the business world, an American who made himself a household name, an American who was beloved by politicians and fellow celebrities for decades until he ran for office with an R next to his name. An American whom even Barack Obama admits people consider the American dream. And instead of sailing off into the sunset after an illustrious real estate and television career, he decided to give back. He decided to bring some of the things that had made him so successful in life to all of you, in order to improve the lives of all Americans. Black, white, brown, gay, straight, all Americans, because that's the man that Donald Trump is. I can tell you that my personal experience with Donald Trump has shown me his heart. There wasn't a second that he made this small-town girl who was way out of her element in New York City feel anything but welcomed and part of the family. And if not for the support and encouragement of my father-in-law, I wouldn't be where I am today. It's been said by many that Donald Trump sees things in people that they don't even recognize in themselves. In 2016, when he asked me to help him win my home state of North Carolina, I'll be honest, I was terrified. I had no idea how I would make it happen, but he knew I would, and I did. When I was given an opportunity to join a television network as a commentator, it was the push and support of my father-in-law that gave me the confidence to take that job. Always the first one to call or text me after a TV hit and tell me, "Great job, keep going." Not bad, right? Or even a few months ago, when he called and asked me to be the co-chair of our party, he showed me potential in myself that I couldn't yet see. So tonight, to my father-in-law, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your resilience. Thank you for continuing on. Thank you for raising wonderful kids. Thank you for being an amazing grandfather. Thank you for never giving up on me. And thank you for never giving up on our country. Tonight, I come to you, not as the co-chair of the RNC, not as the daughter-in-law of the candidate. Tonight, I come to you as a mom and as a citizen of this country. For those of you watching who have never voted for Donald Trump, I know what the media and his political opponents have tried to tell you about this man. Believe me, I have seen and heard it all, but I have also seen the truth. I am proud to know Donald Trump, to campaign for him, to vote for him, and to raise his grandchildren. He will do what is necessary to protect you, protect your family, and protect this country. Because Donald Trump wants us all to be successful, to be safe, to be happy, to be strong, and to be great again. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote. Not for the Donald Trump you see flashed on your TV every day, splashed across the headlines. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that Luke and Carolina call Grandpa. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that my husband Eric calls Dad. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that I call my father-in-law. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump who can and will make America great once again for all of us. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. We love you.
Laura Trump delivering the keynote address here tonight in Milwaukee. I want to bring Kristen Welker into this conversation right away. You talked earlier about much of what we're seeing tonight is an appeal to independence, to suburban moms. She made, actually, in many ways, it was like a nostalgia tour, but also noting some of the things that may make people uncomfortable with Donald Trump. A line, you didn't love his tweets necessarily, but you were better off. And that theme we saw more in the speech tonight.
Absolutely, Lester. And it struck me that this evening could have ended on Senator Marco Rubio. He was a finalist to be Donald Trump's running mate. Instead, it ended on this very personal note. The first family member we've heard she talked in deeply personal tones about her children quite a bit. She talked about the fact that she'd ripped up her speech and rewritten it, much as Donald Trump has done himself in the wake of that assassination attempt. It's also notable that what we saw was the Republican Party really trying to display its diversity in an attempt to broaden the appeal, to broaden the tent, if you will. That is clearly one of the key strategies that they are trying to deploy.
And Hallie, what do we have tomorrow? It's the Vice President's night.
That's right. J.D. Vance, who will have his biggest moment on the national stage yet. Remember, this is a first-term senator, the first millennial senator. He was born in 1984. He's 39 years old. And now the rest of America will meet him tomorrow night. You've heard the former president, him talking about this conversation he had. When he came to Milwaukee, he didn't know he was going to be picked as the vice president. They are working on their speech. Clearly, they must be, because it's coming up very quickly. And for him, it is an opportunity to make his case as to why somebody with his relative lack of experience, but with some name recognition from his bestseller, The Hillbilly Elegy, should be one heartbeat away from the presidency, Savannah.
And there's talk about a debate potentially in August. Vice President Kamala Harris has challenged J.D. Vance to accept, so we'll see if that happens.
She left a voicemail
they spoke today, and she said directly to him, I hope that we will have a debate. So obviously a lot of eyes on that if it happens.
All right.
Well, that concludes our coverage of night 2 of the Republican National Convention.
We will see you back here tomorrow night, night 3 at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC. I'm Savannah Guthrie.
And I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching, everyone, and good night from Milwaukee.
Tonight, Donald Trump's new running mate in the spotlight.
Ohio Senator J.D. Vance taking the national stage for the first time, representing the future of the Republican Party.
We're going to get out there and try to fire up the crowd tonight and make the case.
Just 39 years old, he would be one of the youngest vice presidents in American history.
Is he prepared for the moment? And can he make his party's case with his introduction to the country tonight?
From NBC News, live from Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Hi, everybody. Good evening, and welcome to our special coverage of the third night of the Republican National Convention.
As we come on the air, former President Donald Trump has just arrived in the packed arena to cheers from his supporters just days after surviving an attempt on his life.
Tonight's theme here, foreign policy. The RNC is calling the theme, Make America Strong Again, with speakers expected to criticize President Biden's response to the wars in Ukraine, Gaza, and the U.S. military's withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021. In a little while, Lester, we're going to hear from 2 Gold Star families, as well as the family of an American hostage who has been held captive in Gaza since the October 7th attack on Israel. We're also planning to talk to RNC co-chair Lara Trump about what to expect tonight.
And Donald Trump Jr. will have one of the prime speaking slots this evening, but tonight really belongs to VP nominee and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as he makes his introduction, if you will, to the country in his keynote address. NBC News has learned he is expected to lean heavily into his life story about growing up in poverty and emphasize his military background as well.
Well, this comes as the Trump campaign says that Senator Vance will not yet commit to a debate with Vice President Harris before the Democratic National Convention. The Trump campaign saying, quote, we don't know who the Democrat nominee for vice president is going to be, so we can't lock in a date before their convention.
And then earlier this evening, news broke that President Biden tested positive for COVID after a campaign event in Las Vegas, with his doctors saying he has upper respiratory symptoms. We want to go right now to our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, good evening.
Good evening, Lester. The president is off the campaign trail tonight, cutting short his visit to Battleground, Nevada with his new COVID diagnosis. He is said to be doing okay with mild symptoms, and the virus, of course, comes at a busy and complex time when some members of his own party are urging him to step aside in this race. Now, the president did move slowly when he boarded Air Force One earlier, but he told reporters he was feeling good. He's flying across the country tonight. He will rest at his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. The First Lady will be there, too. The president will isolate, we're told, carrying out his duties there, and he is taking the drug Paxlovid. Now, it is unclear how this will affect his campaign schedule next week, but officials are considering adding events to Vice President Harris's schedule. That's one option. The president said in interviews that either the Lord Almighty or a medical problem could be factors that would lead him to get out of this race. And this, of course, comes amid calls from about 20 Democrats who have urged him to not be the candidate. And Democratic leaders on the Hill have been urging the DNC to delay the virtual roll call that would finalize Mr. Biden as the party nominee. That's now expected by August 7th. One senior official told me tonight that this development, even at such a sensitive time, is not changing the president's intention to run. Lester?
All right.
Kelly, thank you very much. We'll grab it here. And joining us here in Milwaukee, meet the press moderator, Kristen Welker, our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson as well. Kristen, let me start with you. We're at the RNC. There's a lot to talk about, but there's a lot to talk about out of the White House as well. President Biden testing positive for COVID. And there's also been reporting today, including by NBC News, that Senator Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, Democratic leader, went and had a personal, quote, very blunt conversation with President Biden on Saturday. What do you know about that?
Well, the fact that President Biden has tested positive for COVID does come at an incredibly complex time. We are told in that conversation with Leader Schumer and President Biden, he showed him the polling. That's part of what the blunt conversation was about. And in a statement, Schumer's office said he conveyed the way in which his fellow Democratic lawmakers effectively feel about President Biden, the concern that they could drag down and that he could drag down those down ballot races if he is at the top of the ticket. So what ultimate decision gets made, we'll have to wait and see. He's been defiant. He's not stepping down. He's not going anywhere. But another twist to all of this, Congressman Adam Schiff tonight becoming, frankly, the biggest name in the Democratic Party to call for President Biden publicly to step down. It's significant. Why? Because Adam Schiff is very close with the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. So the question is she ultimately endorsing that viewpoint as well?
And this at a time the Republicans are putting out a well-disciplined show of apparent unity here, a major contrast to what the White House is seeing right now.
The contrast could not be more stark. We saw that on display last night when all of former President Trump's rivals came out to defend him, to say we are now on board with Donald Trump. We're going to hear from his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, 39 years old, has only served 18 months in the U.S. Senate. He is going to make a forceful, full-throated case, obviously, for this ticket, while also trying to introduce himself to the American people. This is a unified party around Donald Trump. There are some policy differences around Ukraine, around abortion, but bottom line, right now, policy is taking a back seat to this party, which is unified around former President Trump, who just, of course, survived that assassination.
Well, let's get Hallie in here on this. I mean, it's interesting to hear this reporting about Senator Schumer going to President Biden and having this heart-to-heart in Delaware over the weekend. What's notable is, one, that it happened, but two, that President Biden apparently rebuffed that effort if it was an effort to get him out of the race. He did an interview with Lester on Monday. He was going forward with his schedule. And it's interesting to see how the Republicans are reacting to J.D. Vance's campaign saying, we're not going to make a VP debate date with Kamala Harris because we frankly don't know if she's even going to be the VP nominee. She may be at the top of the ticket.
And for Republicans, it's about putting the spotlight or trying to back on the Democrats. But Savannah, you're right. If that the conversation as reported happened, Lester, it was just 2 days later that you sat down with President Biden and he was defiant about this movement.
Emphatic. I gave him the opportunity, and it was no.
Pulling back, I think it's worth noting how extraordinary this moment is. You are talking about the top Senate Democrat, the party in control of that chamber of Congress, looking the President of the United States, the leader of his own party, in the face and even broaching the conversation of withdrawing from the ticket. That is not something to take lightly. The question now, as Kristen alluded to, paging former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She is the one who, about a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago now, essentially gave other Democrats some cover when she suggested, even after President Biden came out and said, I'm staying in this race, that he would need some time to make a decision, that she wanted to give him that time. He had already made his decision, so that was a big signal to Democrats. I can tell you that in my conversations behind the scenes with those inside the party, there is real and deep anxiety about the possibility of President Biden remaining on the ticket. The question is, what do they do about it?
Well, the other big thing, Kristen, that happened today was, just to explain to everybody, there was an effort to do the official nomination of Biden at the end of this month, not at the convention, which is weeks and weeks away, to solidify it, to basically get it done before there could be any more doubt. And there was something of an uproar, and they now delayed that.
This is a hugely significant development because the DNC was equally defiant. We're not pushing this date back. And then we learned today that they pushed the date back. So the view within the Democratic Party is one of panic and concern. And what happens next?
Is there a blueprint or roadmap, if you will, of how to get there if they could get the president on board? I mean, he would have to not only be on board, but happy.
It would have to be his decision, ultimately, Lester, because these delegates right now are pledged to him. He would have to decide that ultimately he is not going to run. The question becomes, if he were to step down, would he endorse his vice president, Kamala Harris? It's hard to see him not endorsing her. There would be a massive blowback if he didn't. Look, polls show she's within striking distance of former President Trump. Some polls show she does better than President Biden against former President Trump. But bottom line, Lester, this really has to be his decision. The question is, does the pressure become too great for him to stay at the top of the
Well, the pressure is on, that is for sure. And the president, of course, we should also mention the breaking news, recovering from COVID now and on his way back to Delaware. We want to go to the floor for our first time tonight. We've got senior national correspondent Tom Yamas there. This is the vice presidential candidates night. By tradition, we await, Tom, the arrival of J.D. Vance into this convention hall.
Hey, Savannah and Lester, great to be with you guys tonight. That's right, Savannah, you set this up perfectly. And usually when I first come on with you guys at night during this special coverage, I'm able to roam around, walk wherever I want. Right now, they're stopping us right here, right? This is sort of the line that we cannot cross, and that's because at any moment, right from over here, we expect Senator J.D. Vance to walk out. This place will go absolutely bonkers. And in a few moments after that, he'll take the stage and he'll speak, and America really will meet Senator J.D. Vance. You may know the name, maybe not everybody knows the face. Of course, he had that best-selling novel, but a lot of people across this country don't really know him, and so that's why we're going to hear a lot of his life story, as you've reported. We're also going to talk about and hear why he is somebody who's been a MAGA convert, right? Because in the beginning, he was not a fan of Donald Trump. He actually said some really nasty things about him and had to go over to Mar-a-Lago and explain how he sort of converted to the MAGA wing of this party. But he's been one of the staunchest supporters since that moment, and also, he's been one of the most vocal critics of the Biden administration while supporting former President Trump. And while President Trump, you know he loves to watch news, would see Vance on TV, he started to recognize, according to reporting, this is somebody that I'd like to run with. This is somebody that could help me out. I do want to point something out. We always notice the differences night after night. If we can go to the VIP box, it's way in the distance from where we are right now. I don't know if we have another camera that can show the VIP box, but we really have a different cast of characters tonight. We have those elected all-stars of the Republican Party, people like Glenn Youngkin of Virginia. State Republicans hope to win. Might be tough, but you have Senator Marco Rubio seated right next to former President Trump tonight. You also have Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, along with other elected leaders that, of course, are very in line with former President Trump, including Speaker Mike Johnson. This is also going to be the first time we really see J.D. Vance's wife, and she's somebody who we've been told and reports that we've read have said is sort of like Melania Trump in the sense that she doesn't lean into the politics. She didn't sign up for this. It doesn't come naturally to her, if you will. But she's going to come out here. She's going to introduce her husband. She's going to tell America how they fell in love and about their family. We're starting to see people trickle in, and we think that the senator from Ohio, the junior senator, will come out at any moment. As soon as he does, guys, we'll bring that to you live. I'm going to send it back up to you in the studio.
All right, we're going to go to NBC's Garrett Hank. He is at the podium right now. What are you seeing and hearing?
Well, Lester, I'm going to have a good view of the difference between what J.D. Vance has written and what J.D. Vance decides to stay here, because I can watch the teleprompter as he comes out and gives his remarks. I'm struck by how high the bar is for J.D. Vance, especially in this room. Remember, this is someone who I'm told has never even attended a political convention before, much less been asked to speak at one. Now he's giving the keynote address in front of the entire country and in front of a room of people who've been really primed to think of him as this all-star in the conservative movement. That's the expectation in this room. Out in the country, there's almost no expectation because he is so poorly known in this moment. So he is a blank canvas of the likes of, almost a Sarah Palin moment, really introducing himself to the country for the first time. And so I think meeting that moment in this room, especially after Marco Rubio last night, some of the other, sort of top-tier figures in the Republican Party, I think will be a very high bar for him. The campaign, I have to tell you, in my conversations with senior campaign officials, is incredibly confident in him. They like the contrast that he could potentially present with Kamala Harris if and when they ever actually debate. The campaign has not agreed to do that yet, but this will be the first big test, and we'll see if that evaluation changes after his remarks tonight.
And Hallie, Democrats are already labeling him as a clone of Donald Trump. On some issues, they could make the argument.
Including on abortion access. We actually saw a new video from Vice President Kamala Harris going after Ohio Senator J.D. Vance on that, and including on his backing of those election fraud lies by former President Trump. J.D. Vance has previously suggested that if he were vice president, he would not have certified the results of the 2020 election right away. He has downplayed the impact of January 6th, suggesting that then Vice President Mike Pence's life was not in so much danger. And he's also, a couple of years ago, suggested replacing thousands potentially of civil servants with political appointees who could be more loyal to the administration. This is something that Democrats are pointing to and saying that J.D. Vance essentially is simply too extreme for where America is now. Now, Republicans are pointing to what they see as his very powerful life story and his relatability. Raised in poverty, writing about it in his best-selling memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. They think that he can connect specifically to those Rust Belt voters, those key base voters, because this race, in their view, is not just about bringing in those independents, but it's also about supercharging turnout in some of those places like Michigan, like Pennsylvania, like Wisconsin. Savannah.
Those are must-wins for the Democrats.
Absolutely.
There's not a Biden path to victory that doesn't include those Rust Belt states, essentially. So it's very important. It's interesting you mentioned biography, because I've been so struck, not just by what we've heard, Kristen, but what we have not heard this whole week. All the rally favorites, the greatest hits about the 2020 election being stolen. No one's mentioning it. Political grievances, weaponizing government. Nobody's mentioning it. Nobody's calling the January 6th rioters patriots or hostages. All of that seems to have been excised from what the Republican Party is trying to portray here on this stage. It is notable.
It's very notable, and we are told that the Republican National Committee did urge some of these speakers to tone down their language in these speeches, and so clearly we're hearing a reflection of that in these speeches. It represents a shift. It represents, to some extent, what we heard from former President Trump after the assassination attempt against his life, which is that he ripped up his speech completely, that he has rewritten his speech. I interviewed Eric Trump today. He says his dad is finished with that rewrite. He has said it will be a call for unity. Now, we're not exactly hearing that in every speech, but you're absolutely right, Savannah. It is so notable that these speeches are toned down and devoid of some of that typical red meat that you hear from former President Trump and from his allies.
Trying to expand beyond just the base. They'll need to get past the base.
It's a recognition that they want to reach out to those suburban voters, that they want to reach out to those who aren't necessarily in the Republican tent right now, that former President Trump feels confident his base is always going to be there. But this is really the first time we've tried to see him soften his edges. We saw that in some of the speeches last night where Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who served as his press secretary, talked about him as a grandfather, as a father. Laura Trump, his daughter-in-law, did the same. And it's a clear strategic move, not only to meet this moment and the mood of the country, this somber backdrop against which we all sit here, but again, to try to win over some additional voters.
I will say that is absolutely the case. There are topics, like on immigration, for example, where you have heard that red meat thrown to the base, if you will, to try to, again, supercharge conservative turnout. And part of the reason for that is because this year, this election cycle, we are seeing most American voters say there's two big issues that are turning them out. The economy and inflation, that is always a biggie. That is always right up there at number one. But right alongside it is the issue of immigration and border security. And here, Republicans see a real advantage. And that is why on those topics, we heard from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, for example, earlier today, you are seeing some of that more traditional conservative talk.
It's a tough, possibly merciless in some cases, prosecution of the Biden administration and the record there, but we're not hearing some of that fare that you might hear in the rally that I think polls show have turned off a lot of moderate and independent voters. So we'll continue to watch. We will take a break right here, reminding you that still ahead tonight, we're going to hear from big speakers, including the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, about to enter the hall. We're back after this.
Welcome back to our special coverage of night 3 of the Republican National Convention. Soon from the RNC stage, we'll hear from 2 Gold Star families who lost loved ones in the Kabul airport attack at the end of the war in Afghanistan. It's all part of the RNC's big themes for tonight: foreign policy and the military, and an indictment of the leadership of President Biden.
The convention goers are watching a video right now. We are, of course, awaiting the big speech of the night, which is the VP candidate, J.D. Vance. But as we wait, Let's go to NBC's Vaughn Hilliard. Hi, Vaughn.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Lester. Look here. When you're talking about J.D. Vance, who we expect to come into this room here, he is somebody here who has audibly spoken, publicly spoken about Ukraine and questioned whether the U.S. should be continuing to send financial resources to the region to support our European allies in defending Ukraine from further Russian aggression. And in picking him, Donald Trump has picked somebody who would work essentially as the president of the Senate and could work very well with the Republican majority in the House and the Senate, because it was J.D. Vance who was helping lead the charge in the Senate to put an end here just this summer to further financial aid package to support the continuing efforts there. And he has said that those resources should be focused more at home. And when you talk to folks here in the crowd, it's a sentiment that you hear. And they question whether there would have been attacks on Ukraine in the first place, whether the Russia would, if Donald Trump was still in office, had made those moves. The same thing with Israel. And Donald Trump has insisted over the last year that he would end the war in Russia's war against Ukraine in just 24 hours. He has not provided any clear plan as to exactly what that would look like, though there could be some clues coming from Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, who met with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago just last week. That was their second meeting of the year. And earlier this March, after that meeting, Viktor Orban, he said that Donald Trump told him that when he were to get back into the White House, that he would ensure that the U.S. would not send a single penny further to Ukraine. And consequently, at that point, Europe would stop spending money as well, and that Russia would have to work with Ukraine, and Ukraine, as part of that, would have to cede some of their territory. Those are the exact words that J.D. Vance has stated his position as, and that it means to coming to an end for this war would be Ukraine having to cede some of its territory. Of course, some of those longtime hawks like Mike Pence, who's vice president, they have a much different view of the U.S.'s role in the region there. But I think this is the distinction in this selection of J.D. Vance, guys.
Well, Vaughn, we're experiencing a moment here on the floor of the National Convention, and we want to go to it as a Gold Star family is welcomed to the stage.
My daughter-in-law, Sergeant Nicole Leanne G. Was a United States Marine, and she was killed at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan alongside 12 of her brothers and sister-in-arms. While Joe Biden has refused to recognize their sacrifice, Donald Trump spent 6 hours in Bedminster with us. He allowed us to grieve. He allowed us to remember our heroes. Donald Trump knew all of our children's names. He knew their stories, and he spoke to us in a way that made us feel understood, like he knew our kids. Donald Trump carried the weight for a few hours with me. And for the first time since Nicole's death, I felt I wasn't alone in my grief. Thank you. I had expected to meet an arrogant politician. Instead, I met a man who had empathy for us. He was compassionate, and he spent time with us because he knew it would make us feel better. Thank you, President Trump.
I'm Cheryl Jules, Nicole's aunt. Joe Biden said the withdrawal from Afghanistan was an extraordinary success. An extraordinary success. Look at our faces. Look at our pain and our heartbreak. And look at our rage. That was not an extraordinary success. The humiliation of our nation was not an extraordinary success. Joe Biden may have forgotten that our children died, but we have not forgotten. Donald Trump has not forgotten. Joe Biden owes the men and women that served in Afghanistan a debt of gratitude and an apology. Donald Trump loves this country and will never forget the sacrifice and bravery of our service members. Join us in putting him back in the White House.
I'm Alicia Lopez, and this is my husband, Herman. Our son, Corporal Hunter Lopez, whose name Joe Biden has refused to say out loud, was killed on August 26, 2021. He died during Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Hunter was 22 years old and planned to come home to California after his tour to follow in our footsteps. Herman and I work for the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. And our family has a tradition of service in law enforcement. Hunter was excited to carry it on. Instead, in the nearly 3 years since Hunter's been gone, there has been silence. Silence from that empty space at the dinner table, where Hunter would have joined his brothers and sister and us for family gatherings. And there has been a deafening silence from the Biden and Harris administration. Despite our pleas for answers and accountability, they have pushed us away and tried to silence us. The Biden administration has not owned up to the bad decisions. They have not been transparent about their failures. And their so-called leaders work to protect themselves rather than our sons and daughters who took the oath to defend our country.
Thank you. When Hunter and the other service members' bodies were returned to the U.S. in Dover, Delaware, Joe Biden met the plane. But he made the occasion more about his son, lost to cancer, than our sons and daughters, lost on his watch. Worse than that, he has never said their names out loud. And during last month's debate, he claimed no service members have died during his administration. None. That hurt us all deeply. So Alicia and I are here to say the names of all 13 service members who lost their lives all 13 service members who lost their lives at Abbey Gate. David Espinoza. Nicole G. Taylor Hoover. Ryan C. Knaus. Riley McCollum. Dylan Marola. Kareem Nakui. Dagan Page. Johanny Pichardo. Humberto Sanchez. Jared Schmitz. Maxton Soviak. And my son, Hunter Lopez. Joe Biden has to go. He failed the American people. He failed the Afghan people and our military service members. He failed our family, and he failed Hunter. Donald Trump has a proven record of keeping the peace and honoring those in uniform. All of us on this stage recognize the efforts of Mr. Trump. We know this firsthand. We've experienced it. Whenever we've met with him, he has demonstrated compassion. He has joined us on our mission for answers. And he has given hope to our extended Gold Star family.
Now, we have another son serving in the Army. And we do not trust Joe Biden with his life. We have faith that Donald Trump to lead our military. Please join us in supporting Donald Trump for President and Commander-in-Chief.
We've been listening to an emotional testimony here on the floor of the Republican National Convention. Gold Star families, one of them, Cheryl, Jules, and Christy Shamblin, the aunt and mother-in-law of Marine Corps Sergeant Nicole G., killed in the Kabul airport attack when the U.S. withdrew from Afghanistan.
We also heard from Herman and Alicia Lopez, who also lost their son, Marine Corps Corporal Hunter Lopez, in that attack as well. I want to bring in now RNC co-chair Laura Trump. She's also former President Trump's daughter-in-law, and she delivered the keynote speech here last night. Laura, thank you for being with us.
Thank you, guys.
Give us a sense of what we heard last night. It sounded like you were trying to broaden the base or reach outside the base. Is that key to the strategy?
Well, we have to. I mean, we cannot only talk to Republicans alone. I think you have to reach out to the entire country. And my goal last night was truly to humanize Donald Trump. You know, I think there's a lot that gets said about this man, and I wanted to bring a picture of him that I know out to the American people, and I wanted them to see the Donald Trump I know as a father-in-law, as a father to my husband Eric, and of course as a grandfather to my children. But certainly we have to, as a party, continue to reach out to every American, and we have to, Lester, broaden the base for sure.
This convention seems to have studiously avoided some of the more inflammatory topics, the false claims of a stolen election, January 6th. We were talking a moment ago, weaponizing the Justice Department. Is that a part of the strategy?
Well, I think it's interesting. You talk to a lot of the speakers here. A lot of people changed their speeches after Saturday, and you may have actually heard a little bit more of those topics had Saturday not happened. And
so there wasn't like a directive from the RNC, don't touch it.
Not at all.
Button issues.
In fact, we actually told people, please write your own speeches, and all of these people who you're hearing from tonight, especially these, everyday Americans, which is what we wanted to deliver here. We wanted to show these people, they all wrote their own speeches. So we didn't have a directive. I think this is just the forward motion of this party, and we are thinking forward. We're thinking about the next 4 years and what Donald Trump can actually deliver to the American people. That's our strategy.
I got to ask you about this breaking news. President Biden diagnosed with COVID. He's returning to Delaware to recover. Your reaction to that?
Well, gosh, I wish him well. I hope he gets well soon. Obviously, my father-in-law knows better than anyone what it's like to have COVID in the White House because he did. Listen, I think that we're at a time where the Democrats are struggling as a party, and I think that they've had a hard time convincing the American people that Joe Biden is the strong leader that this country needs. I don't think this helps that argument in any way. Obviously, we're on the tail end now. We're coming into the third night of our convention. They still have theirs to come. It'll be interesting to see how this factors in.
Well, let me ask you that, because there were some developments there. I mean, it's Democrat family business, but you bring it up. Congressman Adam Schiff, who's a close ally of former Speaker Pelosi, called for him to step aside today. There have been conversations with Senator Schumer and President Biden, blunt conversations, one-on-one. What do you think will happen? Do you think that Joe Biden will be the nominee come November?
He certainly has said he's not leaving, but he did say he would not consider leaving this race unless he had some medical reason to do so. I obviously hope the COVID is not a problem for him, but I think he's been very stern in that. Now, as far as I'm concerned, we don't care from the RNC who it is that Donald Trump is running.
I was going to ask you, is Joe Biden your preferred opponent?
Quite frankly, I think the message we're delivering is, remember Donald Trump's 4 years in office. Remember how the economy was, how secure the border was, how we didn't have new wars starting, and instead we had peace agreements. So we really don't care, Savannah, whether it's Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, or another candidate. We are prepared to deliver Donald Trump a victory on November 5th.
This convention feels like a celebration, as if this is a done deal, like the balloons are about to drop right now. Is that something that worries you? We've all seen, how quickly things can turn on a dime.
Yeah, no, certainly we cannot take our foot off the gas. You can never take anything for granted. I mean, you look at the polling from 2016, and it would have suggested that Donald Trump should have never had a shot at becoming president, and we all know how that turned out. So, look, we feel like we have the wind in our sails. We feel a lot of momentum as a party right now. This is a great environment. There's a lot of energy, but we have to play the game up until the buzzer sounds the last second of that game on November 5th, and that's what we intend to do.
You want to see a debate between the vice president and J.D. Vance?
I think debate is good. I think more debates, as we've said from this campaign and RNC, are always better than fewer debates. That's why my father-in-law said yes to the June 27th debate. He said yes to future debates with Joe Biden. And I think to see the vice presidential candidates debate, absolutely.
Well, it's interesting because the Vance campaign said today, Kamala Harris has asked for a date, given a date saying, will you agree to a debate? And they said, well, we can't because we don't know who the vice presidential nominee will be. Okay, you got your dig in about the Democrats. Yeah, you got your dig in. But why stall? Why not set the date and whoever shows up, you're ready to debate?
I'm fairly certain that J.D. Vance is prepared to debate Kamala Harris or whoever the candidate might be for the vice presidential ticket on the Democrat side. This is a man who obviously has had a very fast rise to fame in Senator Vance. We're obviously going to hear from him tonight. And I think he is so articulate. He's so smart. He delivers a great message, and I think he would be great in a debate.
Lara Trump, thank you very much for being with us tonight. We appreciate
Great having you on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next from the RNC, we'll hear from Shabazz Kestenbaum, a Jewish-American Harvard alumnus who is currently part of a lawsuit filed against the university over its response to anti-Semitism on campus after the October 7th attack on Israel.
Yeah, the RNC says Kestenbaum is a lifelong Democrat who will be voting for President Trump for the first time this year. So we will listen to that. We're going to take a break right now, and we will have more speeches coming up.
Saying they voted voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the Republican National Convention. Right now we're listening to Harvard alumnus Shabazz Kestenbaum, who's a Jewish American and part of a lawsuit filed against the university over its response to anti-Semitism on campus after the Israel-Hamas war began. Let's listen to some of his remarks.
By my peers merely for being a Jew and have received countless death threats online. Students and professors have openly called for new Hamas-style attacks against the United States. And perhaps most damning, when Hamas terrorists butchered 45 American citizens on October 7th, when they took 12 Americans hostage, Harvard refused to immediately and unequivocally condemn this atrocity. My fellow Americans, the anti-Semitic bigotry, unfortunately, extends far beyond the universities. Although I once voted for Bernie Sanders, I now recognize that the far left has not only abandoned the Jewish people, but the American people. The Democratic Party, the party I registered to vote for the day I turned 18, has become ideologically poisoned. And it is this poison, it is this corruption that is infecting far too many young American students. Let's be clear. The far left's anti-Semitic extremism has no virtue, and the radicalism on our campuses and on our streets has no moral legitimacy. Sadly, the far left-wing tide of anti-Semitism is rising. But tonight, we fight back. I am proud to support President Trump's policies to expel foreign students who violate our laws, harass our Jewish classmates, and desecrate our freedoms. Let's elect a president who will instill patriotism in our school once again. Let's elect a president who will confront terrorism and its supporters once again. Let's elect a president who recognizes that although Harvard and the Ivy Leagues have long abandoned the United States of America, the Jewish people never will, because Jewish values are American values, and American values are Jewish values. God bless the United States. God bless the land of Israel. God bless, protect, and return the American hostages in Gaza now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And we will now hear from the family of an American hostage who was kidnapped by Hamas and held in captivity in Gaza since October 7th, that attack on Israel. Orna and Ronan Neutro will take the stage and speak about their son, Omer. He grew up on Long Island in New York. We expect them to speak on behalf of other American hostage families and urge all political leaders to make a deal to bring the hostages home.
Our son, Omer, is an American citizen. For 285 long days and nights, Hamas terrorists have been holding Omer imprisoned in tunnels underneath Gaza. Omer, which is a biblical name and means in Hebrew the first crop, is our firstborn. He was born in New York City 1 month after 9/11. 8 months pregnant, I walked across the Queensboro Bridge towards home that day. And here we are, 23 years later, and he's the victim of another vile terrorist attack. Let me tell you a little bit about my son. He's a connector. He's an extremely social person. He loves sports. In high school, he was captain of the soccer ball, volleyball, and basketball teams. He's a natural leader. And he cares deeply about others and about helping them grow. He turned 22 on October 14, 2023. And instead of celebrating with us and with his friends, he spent his birthday as a hostage of Hamas terrorists. Imagine, over 9 months, not knowing whether your son is alive, waking up every morning, praying that he too is still waking up every morning, that he is strong and is surviving. I recite Psalm 23 in his merit every single day. Gam ki elech begei tzal mavet, lo erara ki ata imadi. I walk through the shadow of the valley of the shadow of the death. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Bring them home. 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 During the brutal October 7th attack on Israel, over 1,200 people were slaughtered. Of them, 45 were American citizens. Where is the outrage? Where is it? This was not merely an attack on Israel. This was and remains an attack on Americans. Omer is one of 8 American hostages and one of 120 hostages still left in Gaza. Citizens of 24 countries and 5 different religions, still held by Hamas, denied basic human needs, their lives threatened every day. President Trump called us personally right after the attack when Omer was taken captive. We know he stands with the American hostages. We need our beautiful son back. And we need your support. We need your support to end this crisis and bring all the hostages back home. Them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home.
Omer, we love you. We won't stop fighting for you.
Say it with us. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Thank you, everybody. God bless Israel and God bless America.
Chance of bring them home after an impassioned speech from Orna and Ronan Nutra. They are parents of American hostage Omer Nutra, who has been held captive in Gaza since October 7th. They call for all of the hostages to be released. We're going to take a break right here. Still ahead tonight, a closer look at where the presidential race stands with Steve Kornacki standing by at the big board to break it down after this.
Welcome back to NBC News special coverage of the Republican National Convention. Soon from the RNC, we will hear speeches from Donald Trump Jr. and the Republican vice presidential nominee, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance.
And now that he is on the Republican ticket, could have a big impact on the presidential race. But where do things stand? It's July. We've got 100 days or so before Election Day. We want to go to Steve Kornacki, our man at the big board, crunching all the numbers and just kind of give us that big picture lay of the land, Steve.
Yeah, Savannah and Lester, we'll take a look. This is our road to 270 map. And what you see here is there are 6 states that we have in that gray battleground zone. These are generally acknowledged by both parties as the 6 core battleground states. And if you take it a step further, you see where each candidate would start, and then they would try to add with these battlegrounds. And if you take it a step further, each party really will agree when you talk to them that you can split these 6 states into 2 categories. And start with 3 of them that right now, when you look at the polling, Trump does seem to have an advantage in. We're talking about the Sun Belt states here, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. It has been a long time since Joe Biden has had a lead in any poll in any of these states. Now, he's not out of the ballgame in those states, but Trump has a clearer advantage there. It's generally acknowledged. So take a look at this from a road to 270 standpoint. If Donald Trump is able to maintain that advantage and win these states, if he were to get Georgia, if he were to get Arizona, and if he were to get to Nevada, look what that would do. It would take him to the goal line. He'd be at 268 electoral votes, but he wouldn't be in the end zone. He would be just short. And that brings us to the second set of battleground states, the 3 states here, Great Lakes states. And this is what the Biden campaign thinks is ultimately its firewall in this campaign. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Remember, Biden flipped all of these states in 2020. He's originally from Scranton, Pennsylvania. He has played up his ties to blue-collar areas in Pennsylvania, places like Pennsylvania. The Democrats think the polling has been better for them in these states, more encouraging than it has been in the South. So look, from the Biden campaign standpoint, if they lose those 3 we just took you through, but if Biden can hang on in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, and in Wisconsin, look at that. By the slimmest possible margin, he'd win the election with 270 electoral votes. And that takes you to J.D. Vance and something very interesting that Donald Trump said when he picked J.D. Vance. He said he wanted Vance as the VP nominee to camp out in Pennsylvania and states like it. Vance from Ohio, Trump believing Vance can win over voters that have appealed to that Biden's appealed to in the past. And look at it this way. If Vance can accomplish that for Trump and flip just one of these states, that is all it would take if Trump's getting these other 3 to get over the top. So that's the task Trump has talked about for J.D. Vance. Win one of those Great Lakes states, and that could be enough, potentially, to give Trump the White House.
You see battlegrounds, I see one long night or maybe one long week in November.
I know. It's bringing us back, isn't it? We had a long week in 2020. Steve, thank you. That gives us the lay of the land. And when you look at those Midwestern states, Hallie, it explains why we are in Wisconsin, a state that was decided by, I think, the Biden won by less than a percentage point.
That's exactly right.
Very, very tight race.
And what's so interesting, we are just getting our hands on reportable excerpts of the speech that Senator Vance will give tonight. And he name drops a couple of states. You want to take a bet on which states he name drops? He specifically talks about here pledging to remember he will never forget where he came from, Middletown, Ohio, but also saying it for communities that are forgotten in Michigan, here in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania. He will be fighting for them. So I think it is very clear the message that J.D. Vance is pushing here as this ticket heads into November. I will tell you that in my conversations with Republicans, including a senator on the Republican side of the aisle who Vance has described as his mentor, Senator John Barrasso, telling me that he believes that Vance can help bring those people to the table. Let's be clear. These are rural exurban voters who were almost certainly already going to back Donald Trump. But this election, as Steve laid out, still very close, and it will, in part, come down to turnout. Can you get your base excited to come out, especially Savannah and Lester, as we've talked so much about those so-called double haters, people who don't want to see either of these candidates on the ticket?
Which brings us back to the argument over whether President Biden can or should hang in there. When you look at those tough splits, there's got to be a lot of polling going on.
You have to imagine that when Chuck Schumer had that blunt conversation with President Biden, those were the types of numbers they were looking at. Now, again, we go back to your conversation with President Biden in which he was defiant and indicated he doesn't believe necessarily the polls. But there they are in black and white and red and blue. The other poll that I have my eye on are the internals. When you ask people about the issues, Trump gets higher marks on the economy, on foreign policy by 10 points. What we're talking about here, you have these sort of emotional speeches that we are hearing tonight aimed at really driving that point home for voters who are dissatisfied with President Biden's handling.
If you're tuning in just now, it's just past the top of the hour. We're here at the RNC in Milwaukee, and for the next hour or so, we're going to basically turn it over to the stage here. We're expecting to hear from Donald Trump Jr., and of course, we will hear about the man we're just talking about, J.D. Vance, Ohio Senator, who is the vice presidential candidate and who will likely emphasize many aspects of his compelling biography, a memoir written. Hillbilly Elegy tells the tale. Many people have heard it, have read it, but tonight they're going to hear it. Let's go to NBC's Garrett Hake, who is down on the floor right now. Hi, Garrett. What are you expecting?
Well, Savannah, I think you're going to hear a character introduced in J.D. Vance's speech. His mama, his grandmother, who largely raised him. You're going to hear some anecdotes about her as a figure that I think will help humanize J.D. Vance in this crowd. And also, you're going to hear him talk about sort of obliquely the age difference between he and Joe Biden, making that age contrast explicit. Talking about the idea that he, J.D. Vance, a 39-year-old senator, was in 4th grade when Joe Biden supported NAFTA. He will link that to the economic decline in the Midwest. He'll talk about being in high school when he will say that Joe Biden supported the Iraq War. It's a subtle reminder of the difference, of the kind of that focus on Joe Biden that has pervaded this whole convention, and the question of not whether he would be the opponent that Donald Trump will ultimately face or whether it will be someone else. J.D. Vance at just 39 can make that contrast certainly much more clearly than Donald Trump at 78. But we'll hear those elements of J.D. Vance's biography, and I think we're also going to see him really go on the attack, especially in the second half of this speech, about what he will describe as the economic decline of the parts of the country where he grew up, in Middletown, Ohio, and in those Rust Belt states that, as Steve just laid out, could be all that this campaign ultimately ends up being about in October and November.
The Nazis were defeated.
And Kristen, you would have to think that the Biden folks couldn't get a debate between these two vice presidential candidates soon enough.
I think you're absolutely right about that. I mean, they are pushing for this. They are trying to cast Senator J.D. Vance as being extreme on the issue of abortion, on foreign policy. Remember, he's someone who is opposed to more funding to Ukraine. That's one of the many reasons that makes this pick incredibly fascinating, because he does highlight that divide within the Republican Party that the Democrats are going to exploit. The fact that, to some extent, he's a departure from the typical typical Reagan conservative. He is more
he doesn't see the Russian threat in the way the Biden administration.
He doesn't. He says we've got to focus on our own border before we focus on helping Ukraine. Now, former President Donald Trump has taken a slightly different tack. He said, I'm going to end the war in 24 hours if I get into office. When you press him on that argument, as I did in my interview with him last September, he doesn't give you details. But this is something that's going to be in focus, for example, if there is a debate. It's something that the Biden folks are going to aim to highlight.
And I want to bring Hallie into this as well, because Hallie, one thing to remember as we watch J.D. Vance, there's been a total transformation.
Yeah.
He's a senator only for the last 18 months, but in 2016, he was a never-Trumper. He, in fact, compared Trump, he called him America's Hitler, and has had a complete transformation, which he says, look, I gave him a chance. I saw how he acted as president, and I changed my mind.
It's this idea of a Parisian structure, Savannah, that we have talked about over the course of this week here. You've seen it from some of the speakers here, and you're seeing it from J.D. Vance now. He is on camera saying that he is a never-Trumper, criticizing former President Trump again and again in 2016 and before. Now he says, I've evolved. He won me over with his presidency. I watched what he did in the White House, and now I'm fully on his side. Allies of the former president, people around the campaign, think that could be a really powerful message to some of those skeptical voters. We've talked a lot about boosting the base. There's also that slice of independent voters, about 30% of whom have not made up their minds just yet, who are out there for the getting, if you will. And so there is a sense that J.D. Vance can speak to them by saying, hey, I wasn't a Trump guy initially either, but 8 years later, here I am on the ticket.
I think you reported this morning that a senior advisor said the only thing Trump likes more than a loyal supporter is a converted loyal supporter, and he has that in J.D. Vance. Let's go to Tom Yamas. He's down on the floor as chants of USA have broken out as this World War II veteran is on the podium.
Hey, Savannah, how are you? It's pretty loud here. As you were saying, they're chanting USA. I'm going to take a walk with our cameraman Ringo here for a little bit. We're going to come down the aisle as this great American war veteran is taking the stage here at the Republican National Convention. I want to bring you down here because there's an interesting delegate, and I want to talk to him. He's wearing a Lincoln hat. If we can come over here, Ringo. Excuse me, sir. Can I talk to you real quick? Yeah, so you have a Lincoln hat on. I know that former President Trump thought that Senator J.D. Vance looked like Lincoln. Is that why you're wearing it?
No, I wore this. I wore this all the way back to 2004 in Madison Square Garden. The first one that I attended was at Madison Square. This is my third.
How's it going so far?
Looking good. Donald Trump gonna win.
Yeah.
What
do you hope Senator J.D. Vance says?
I hope he says that we get the gas back on, drill, baby, drill. Because I get irritated every time I have to go buy gas. $3 and something a gas. I'm in South Carolina, so it's $3.30-something. So I'd be glad when they start drilling, then clothes, food.
You want the prices to come down.
Right.
Sorry to catch you. What's your name?
Here you go.
Okay, Alvin Porgy, I appreciate it. Thank you for talking to us. Savannah and Lester, people here on their feet right now, again, listening to this American veteran. A lot of people excited. Anticipation is growing for Senator J.D. Vance. And we've already gotten some excerpts of his speech, right? He's going to talk about his life story. And I do want to point out, so many people are saying that Senator J.D. Vance is Trump Jr., MAGA 2.0. But the life stories of J.D. Vance and Donald Trump couldn't be more different. Donald Trump, of course, growing up wealthy. J.D. Vance grew up working class. J.D. Vance grew up in the Midwest. Donald Trump grew up in Queens and Manhattan. J.D. Vance served, and today the theme here, Keep America Safe. He's going to talk about that service. So the men are kind of different. They really would have never come together if J.D. Vance had decided to run for Senate. He was so down in the polls, he finally came over to Donald Trump. He said he had a conversion politically. He realized that former President Trump was the kind of politician that he wanted to follow, and he was able to convince him there. But for Trump, according to the reporting, it was more what he saw Vance publicly, giving speeches, defending the Trump administration, the Trump policies, but also in the debates. So there's a big bar set here, right, for J.D. Vance. But the people that I've talked to that have advised and consulted J.D. Vance say he's going to meet the moment, that this is when he's at his best. Trump has seen that before. It's the reason why he's his running mate. America will decide tonight. Guys, back to you in the studio.
All right.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. You probably saw us all reach to our ears. We'll be honest. There's a lot of lip reading going on here in this conversation, so I was glued to what Tom was saying, or at least.
We keep jumping over each other because we can't really even hear each other. We're just, when the lips stop moving, then we know it's our turn to talk.
We have our 1950s operator apparatus on here, so.
Well, we will all be able to hear Donald Trump Jr. in a moment when he takes the stage, and he's actually going to be joined by his oldest daughter, 17-year-old Kai Trump, and she's the granddaughter, of course, of former President Trump, and we've heard so much of this. We talked with Laura Trump about it. Her keynote speech last night was all about my father-in-law, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, giving mom vibes up there on the podium. It is clear they are trying to humanize Donald Trump, soften those rough edges that really turned off a lot of suburban moms, and perhaps that Donald Trump's granddaughter will be part of that mission.
Absolutely. This is about trying to reach out to those voters and soften, as Laura Trump said to you just moments ago, soften those edges. And so often we see debates turn on those suburban women voters who are so important to this election. By the way, a lot of them Nikki Haley voters, so think about them in that context.
Let's go to the floor. Donald Trump Jr. and his granddaughter taking the stage.
Good evening, America. Before I begin my remarks, I'm going to do something a little uncharacteristic. A Trump is going to give up the microphone. Doesn't happen often. You may never see it again. But I got a call on Monday morning from a young lady who said, "Dad, I want to speak at the RNC. I want to speak at the RNC because I want America to know what my grandpa is actually like." So for the first time ever on a stage, first time ever giving a speech, I want to bring out my eldest daughter and the eldest granddaughter of the President of the United States, your favorite president, Kai Madison Trump.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump. I'm speaking today to share the side of my grandpa that people don't often see. To me, he's just a normal grandpa. He gives us candy and soda when our parents aren't looking. He always wants to know how we're doing in school. When I made the high honor roll, he printed it out to show his friends how proud he was of me. I know. He calls me during the middle of the school day to ask how my golf game is going and tells me all about his. But then I have to remind him that I'm in school and I'll have to call him back later. When we play golf together, if I'm not on his team, he'll try to get inside of my head. I know. And he's always surprised that I don't let him get to me. But I have to remind him I'm a Trump too. Even when he's going through all these court cases, he always asks me how I'm doing. He always encourages me to push myself to be the most successful person I can be. Obviously, he sets the bar pretty high, but who knows, maybe one day I'll catch him. On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot, and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that someone would do that to another person. A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing. Grandpa, you are such an inspiration, and I love you. The media makes my grandpa seem like a different person, but I know him for who he is. He's very caring and loving. He truly wants the best for this country, and he will fight every single day to make America great again. Thank you very much.
Moments this week for my family. Thank you again, guys. Really appreciate that. That's not easy. That's the first time. I mean, this is what we call a large crowd for a speech, so incredible work, Kai. Now, back to business. Guys. Thank you, sir. Tonight we gather here in Milwaukee at one of the most crucial moments in American history. Just days ago, something that once seemed unimaginable became a terrifying reality. My father came under literal fire as an incredible patriotic rally turned into a tragedy. On a field in Butler, Pennsylvania, a brave firefighter died. Others were injured, and as those bullets rained down, we came millimeters away from one of the darkest moments in our nation's history. But we did lose an American hero that day. We wish that he were with us tonight. But his memory will live on forever in the hearts of his family, his community, and the nation that he loved. So I would like to take just a moment tonight to express our gratitude for the life and service of American hero KodsterPro. They say you can't truly know how you'll respond in a moment of danger until you're actually confronted with it. So what was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion. That the next American president has the courage to put the American people first once again. And in that moment, my father didn't just show his character, he showed America's character. When he stood up with blood on his face and the flag at his back, the world saw a spirit that could never be broken. And that is the true spirit of America. America knows what it's like to be down. We know what it's like to be confused and to be afraid. Long before the attempt on my father's life, every American I met was filled with fear and anxiety. They were afraid our country was being torn apart. They were anxious about the massive and chaotic invasion of illegal aliens across our border. They were deeply concerned about partisan lawfare, education indoctrination, and attacks on freedom of speech. Most terrifying of all, they saw that our leaders didn't care, or worse, that they joyfully aided and abetted the erosion of our rights. And the lies. Oh yeah, the lies. We won't ever forget the lies. From left-wing politicians, from their allies in the media, when you hear them in a row, you fully understand the extent they have gone to divide this great nation. They lied about Russia collusion. They lied about Hunter's laptop. They lied about Joe Biden's fitness for office. They lied about the border being secure. They lied about inflation being transitory. They lied about how they would safely withdraw from Afghanistan. They lied about Biden being a, quote, moderate. And they told one nonstop lie after another about my father. But they could only run away from reality for so long. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible to hide anymore. Remember Build Back Better? Instead, we got broke, bumbling Biden. Nothing is built, nothing is back, and nothing is better. Bridges are collapsing, our credibility is crumbling, and our money is worth less and less every single day. It was just one giant bait and switch, and normal Americans are the ones left holding the bag. Housing costs, gasoline prices, grocery bills just keep going up. Wave after wave of illegal aliens, deadly drugs keep pouring across our border. Meanwhile, pro-crime district attorneys have turned our cities into giant crime zones. They've turned criminals into victims, prosecutors into criminal defense attorneys, and police into public enemies. Left-wing activists are pretending to be educators, teaching our kids that there are 57 genders, but they can't even define what a woman is. On one hand, they think free speech protects their right to expose your children to explicit drag shows. On the other hand, they want to put you in jail for making a meme. It's like the entire world has been turned upside down. Does any of this sound like a country that's going in the right direction? And honestly, who is actually running the country anyway? It's obviously not Joe Biden. So who are they asking us to elect? Seriously, who's running things? Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter? Barack Obama? Maybe it's the ghost of Corn Pop. Whoever is running the show, the only thing they are effective at is persecuting my father. They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into felonies. They concocted new legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gag orders on my father because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is defend himself, right? They punished him for merely speaking the truth. They say they hate Vladimir Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook. In this country, we don't criminalize political differences. We debate them. We vote on them. But we don't make you choose between picking a party or picking a jail cell. There was a time when the Democrats really wanted what was best for America, even if they had a different way of getting there. It was the party of Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr. You may have disagreed with that party, but at least you could respect it. But this new extreme Democrat Party, they want us to somehow believe that the only way forward is going backwards, where hiring decisions are based solely on race, where justice is only for those with the right opinions, where streets are a luxury only for the elite, where economic opportunity exists only when you know the right people. Right now, the America we all grew up with, the America that we love, feels like an old photograph where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember a country that was confident and proud, an America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could all feel like a distant memory. Somewhere along the way we stumbled. Somewhere along the way we lost ourselves. But we can't live on nostalgia. Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come. Because no matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd. And what did he say? And we will fight. We will fight. We will fight with our voices. We will fight with our ideas. And on November 5th, we will fight with our vote. I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough. And the good news is, America is Trump tough. In 1912, more than a century ago, another legendary Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be assassin's bullet. But he didn't quit either. He finished his speech and he kept fighting. My friends, I don't believe in coincidences, but I do believe in God's plan. Today, Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena has a name, and it's Donald J. Trump. Remember, my father didn't have to run for re-election this year. He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power. Frankly, he doesn't need the witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political prosecutions either. But he knew he had to run if there was any chance at saving America. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for everyone here tonight, for everyone watching at home. No matter who you are, you can be a part of this movement to make America great again. Look at me and my friend J.D. Vance, a kid from Appalachia and a kid from Trump Tower in Manhattan. We grew up worlds apart, yet now we're both fighting side by side to save the country we love. And by the way, J.D. Vance is going to make one hell of a vice president. For those of you who have tuned out politics or have never even voted, I want you to know, if you're looking for a better life, a more prosperous future, a safer, more wholesome and patriotic place to call home, there's room for you in this party and in this movement. In fact, you're the ones who matter most of all. My father has always said that the people he gets along with best are the people who really work for a living. It's because of his background as a builder in construction, right? In construction, it doesn't matter how smart your architect is if you don't have the best guys laying the bricks. People with grit. People who get their hands dirty. That's a big problem with Washington, D.C. Most of the bureaucrats who rule over us have never built anything in their lives. It's time to build something real, something tangible, something that will last and leave this country better off for our children. That's my father's mission. This November, we have a choice. It's a choice between one team that wants to build this country up and another that wants to tear this country down. It's a choice between people who are proud of America and people who are ashamed of America. And ultimately, it's a choice between America last and America first. So if you love this country from the bottom of your heart, if you want to bring back common sense, if you want to save the American dream, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect my father, Donald J. Trump. Together, we will make America great once again. Thank you. Thank you, Wisconsin.
If you were craving a late evening snack of red meat, you just got it from Donald Trump Jr., who has kind of lifted the cap off some of the issues, some of the grievances that we're used to hearing from the Trump campaign. This was a full-throated list of those grievances.
if the plan was to soften Donald Trump's image and kind of avoid some of those hot-button controversial issues, Donald Trump Jr. did not get that memo tonight.
But this is what the base is accustomed to hearing, so there was nothing we haven't heard before.
No, and the base
we just hadn't heard it in here.
Yes, exactly right. The base ate it up. They loved it. NBC's Garrett Haake is down there at the podium. You can tell us how it was received. I mean, this has been mostly a happy, boisterous crowd, but it broke into chants of fight, 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 Garrett.
That's right, Savannah. They're back into party mode now, but it was a fight night atmosphere here for the UFC fan, Donald Trump Jr. You really touched on it. I think if Laura Trump was good cop last night, Donald Trump Jr. bad cop tonight, really going after Democratic policies and the Biden administration specifically. That's a speech that would probably feel familiar to a lot of the folks in this room. Donald Trump Jr. has been a very active evangelist for his father on the campaign trail. The core of that speech is the core of the speech that he gives on the campaign trail. What we saw here tonight was the Trump campaign wrapping his attacks on Democrats in the story of his father being shot on Saturday. You saw a little bit of that at the beginning and a little bit of that at the end. A senior Trump campaign advisor at the beginning of the week had told me that Saturday's events would provide the emotional resonance, the emotional through line to this convention, and you saw it there. But absolutely, this was not the kinder, gentler party of Laura Trump or even the portrait of the kinder, gentler grandpa Donald Trump that we heard from Kai there at the beginning of those remarks. That was Donald Trump Jr. on the attack, meant to get this room on their feet. That's been his primary role in this campaign, a role that I think the Trump campaign now hopes J.D. Vance can pick up and kind of carry that baton out into the same states where Donald Trump Jr. has been such an active campaigner.
All right, Garrett, we await J.D. Vance, the introduction by video, and then this speech, which is the keynote speech of the night, the highlight of this third night of the Republican National Convention. Tom Yamas on the floor now with a special guest.
Yeah, Savannah, thank you. We're here with Ohio's governor. Governor, you know Senator J.D. Vance so well. You helped him win his campaign. What should America expect to hear from him tonight?
I think the great thing is that America's going to see what we know in Ohio. What you see with J.D. Vance is what you get. He and his wife, Usha, are just amazing people. His life story is really kind of the American story of success, overcoming adversity. I think that adversity that he's faced, the trauma that he's had during his life, is going to enable him to be a very emphatic, not only candidate, but vice president of the United States. It's really an introduction, I think.
For those undecided voters in the Rust Belt, why will they vote for this ticket if Senator J.D. Vance is on the ticket?
Well, I think J.D. Vance does a great good job articulating what the president will be saying during this campaign. But I also think they will just like him. I just think they're going to relate to him. And again, this is an introduction. Most people don't know him. It's going to take a while, but they're going to see him over the next few months, and they'll see what we know in Ohio.
Governor DeWine from the great state of Ohio. Governor, we thank you for your time. Savannah and Lester, I'm going to send it back up to your perch there at the convention.
We want to point out during the last part of Donald Jr.'s speech, we saw a split-screen image. We showed President Biden arriving at Andrews Airport, Andrews Joint Base, making his way from Nevada, where he was diagnosed earlier today with a case of COVID. He walks gingerly down here, and at some point he seems to send a signal of he's okay.
Yeah, they're arriving in Delaware tonight. Let's listen to this video introducing the vice presidential candidate here at the RNC. J.D. Vance. We're having a little bit of audio problems with this video that's introducing the biography of J.D. Vance. The crowd is about to hear from the man himself as we go to the floor of the RNC.
Welcome, Usha Vance.
Good evening. Good evening. When I was asked to introduce my husband, J.D. Vance, to all of you, I was at a loss. What could I say that hasn't already been said before? After all, the man was already the subject of a Ron Howard movie. J.D. has shared much of his life through his own eloquent words. In his book, Hillbilly Elegy, during his Senate campaign, and now as a sitting United States Senator, it occurred to me that there was only one thing to do: to explain from the heart why I love and admire J.D. and stand here beside him today, and why he will make a great Vice President of the United States. I met J.D. in law school when he was fresh out of Ohio State, which he attended with the support of the GI Bill. We were friends first because, who wouldn't want to be friends with J.D.? He was then, as now, the most interesting person I knew. A working class guy who had overcome childhood traumas that I could barely fathom to end up at Yale Law School. A tough Marine who had served in Iraq, but whose idea of a good time was playing with puppies and watching the movie Babe. The most determined person I knew with one overriding ambition: to become a husband and a father, and to build the kind of tight-knit family that he had longed for as a child. My background is very different from JD's. I grew up in San Diego, in a middle-class community with two loving parents, both immigrants from India, and a wonderful sister. That JD and I could meet at all, let alone fall in love and marry, is a testament to this great country. It is also a testament to JD, and it tells you something about who he is. When JD met me, he approached our differences with curiosity and enthusiasm. He wanted to know everything about me, where I came from, what my life had been like. Although he's a meat and potatoes kind of guy, he adapted to my vegetarian diet and learned to cook food from my mother, Indian food. Before I knew it, he had become an integral part of my family, a person I could not imagine living without. The JD I knew then is the same JD you see today, except for that beard. And his goals in this new role are the same that he has pursued for our family: to keep people safe, to create opportunities, to build a better life, and to solve problems with an open mind. It's safe to say that neither JD nor I expected to find ourselves in this position, but it's hard to imagine a more powerful example of the American dream. A boy from Middletown, Ohio. Raised by his grandmother through tough times, chosen to help lead our country through some of its greatest challenges. I am grateful to all of you for the trust you have placed in him and in our family. And with that, it is my great privilege to introduce my husband and the next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
First of all, aren't I a lucky guy? Isn't she lovely? Isn't that amazing? Greetings, Milwaukee, my fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans. My name is J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio. Tonight, O-H-I-O, O-H-I-O. You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio love. We gotta win Michigan too here, so. My friends, tonight is a night of hope. A celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again. And it is a reminder of the sacred duty we have to preserve the American experiment, to choose a new path for our children and grandchildren. But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country. He didn't need politics, but the country needed him. Now, prior to running for president, he was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. He had everything anyone could ever want in a life. And yet, instead of choosing the easy path, he chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution. And he did it because he loves this country. I want all Americans to go and watch the video of a would-be assassin coming a quarter of an inch from taking his life. Consider the lies they told you about Donald Trump, and then look at that photo of him, defiant, fist in the air, when Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field. All of America stood with him. And what did he call us to do for our country? To fight. to fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater, to once again be citizens who ask what our country needs of us. Now consider what they said. They said he was a tyrant. They said he must be stopped at all costs. But how did he respond? He called for national unity, for national calm, literally right after an assassin nearly took his life. He remembered the victims of the terrible attack, especially the brave Corey Compertori, who gave his life to protect his family. God bless him. And then President Trump flew to Milwaukee and got back to work. Now that's the man I've gotten to know personally over the last few years. He is tough, and he is, but he cares about people. He can stand defiant against an assassin one moment and call for national healing the next. He is a beloved father and grandfather, and of course, a once-in-a-generation business leader. He's the man who is feared by America's adversaries, but 2 nights ago, and I'll share a moment, said goodnight to his 2 boys, told them he loved them, and made sure to give each of them a kiss on the cheek. And I will say, Don and Eric squirmed the same way my 4-year-old does when his daddy tries to give him a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, guys. He is all those things, but tonight we celebrate he is our once and future President of the United States of America. Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself. We have a big tent in this party on everything from national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win. Right. Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate, where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution? That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years, united in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas. And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America. Now, never in my wildest imagination could I have believed that I'd be standing here tonight. I grew up in Middletown, Ohio. A small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. When I was in the 4th grade, a career politician by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA, a bad trade deal that sent countless good jobs to Mexico. When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs. When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each step of the way, in small towns like mine in Ohio or next door in Pennsylvania or Michigan, in states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas and our children were sent to war. And I agree. And somehow, a real estate developer from New York City by the name of Donald J. Trump was right on all of these issues while Biden was wrong. President Trump knew even then that we needed leaders who would put America first. Now, thanks to these policies that Biden and other out-of-touch politicians in Washington gave us, our country was flooded with cheap Chinese goods, with cheap foreign labor, and in the decades to come, deadly Chinese fentanyl. Joe Biden screwed up, and my community paid the price. Now, I was lucky. Despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers. Mamaw raised me as my mother struggled with addiction. Mamaw was in so many ways a woman of contradiction. She loved the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. She was a woman of very deep Christian faith. But she also loved the F word. I'm not kidding. She could make a sailor blush. Now, she once told me, when she found out that I was spending too much time with a local kid who was known for dealing drugs, that if I ever hung out with that kid again, she would run him over with her car. That's true. And she said, JD, no one will ever find out about it. Now, thanks to that Mamaw, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did in that time of soaring patriotism and love of country. I enlisted in the United States Marines. Semper Fi to my fellow Marines. Now, I left the Marines after 4 years and went to the Ohio State University. I'm sorry, Michigan. I had to get that in there. Come on. We've had enough political violence. Now, after Ohio State, I went to Yale Law School, where I met my beautiful wife. And then I started businesses to create jobs in the kind of places that I grew up in. Now, my work taught me that there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is. But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country. We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike. A leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry. A leader who rejects Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump. Some people tell me I've lived the American dream, and of course they're right, and I'm so grateful for it. But the American dream that always counted most was not starting a business or becoming a senator or even being here with you fine people, though it's pretty awesome. My most important American dream was becoming a good husband and a good dad, of being able to give I wanted to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up. And that's the accomplishment that I'm proudest of. That tonight, I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Usha, an incredible lawyer and a better mom, and our three beautiful kids, Ewan, who's 7, Vivek, who's 4, and Mirabelle, who's 2. Now, they're back at the hotel, and kids, if you're watching, Daddy loves you very much, but get your butts in bed. It's 10 o'clock. But my friends, things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear they died of an overdose. As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power and comfort in Washington and the rest of us only widened. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next vice president of the United States of America. But my fellow Americans here in this stage and watching at home, this moment is not about me. It's about all of us, and it's about who we're fighting for. It's about the auto worker in Michigan wondering why out-of-touch politicians are destroying their jobs. It's about the factory worker in Wisconsin who makes things with their hands and is proud of American craftsmanship. It's about the energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio who doesn't understand why Joe Biden is willing to buy energy from tin-pot dictators across the world when he could buy it from his own citizens right here in our own country. You guys are a great crowd. Wow. And And our movement is about single moms like mine who struggled with money and addiction but never gave up. And I'm proud to say that tonight my mom is here, 10 years clean and sober. I love you, Mom. And you know, Mom, I was thinking it'll be 10 years officially in January of 2025. And if President Trump's okay with it, let's have the celebration in the White House. And our movement, ladies and gentlemen, it's about grandparents all across this country who are living on Social Security and raising grandchildren they didn't expect to raise. And while we're on the topic of grandparents, let me tell you another Mamaw story. Now, my Mamaw died shortly before I left for Iraq in 2005. And when we went through her things, we found 19 loaded handguns. They were... They were stashed all over her house, under her bed, in her closet, in the silverware drawer. And we wondered what was going on. And it occurred to us that towards the end of her life, Mamaw couldn't get around so well. And so this frail old woman made sure that no matter where she was within arm's length of whatever she needed to protect her family. That's who we fight for. That's American spirit. Now, Joe Biden has been a politician in Washington for longer than I've been alive, 39 years old. Kamala Harris is not much further behind. For half a century, he's been the champion of every major policy initiative to make America weaker and poorer. And in 4 short years, Donald Trump reversed decades of betrayals inflicted by Joe Biden and the rest of the corrupt Washington insiders. He created the greatest economy in history for workers. Really was amazing. There's this chart that shows worker wages, and they stagnated for pretty much my entire life until President Donald J. Trump came along. Workers' wages went through the roof. And just imagine what he's going to do when we give him 4 more years. Months ago, I heard some young family member observe that their parents' generation, the baby boomers, could afford to buy a home when they first entered the workforce. But I don't know, this person observed, if I'll ever be able to afford a home. The absurd cost of housing is the result of so many failures, and it reveals so much about what's broken in Washington. I can tell you exactly how it happened. Wall Street barons crashed the economy, and American builders went out of business. As tradesmen scrambled for jobs, houses stopped being built. The lack of good jobs, of course, led to stagnant wages. And then the Democrats flooded this country with millions of illegal aliens. So citizens had to compete with people who shouldn't even be here for precious housing. Joe Biden's inflation crisis, my friends, is really an affordability crisis. And many of the people that I grew up with can't afford to pay more for groceries, more for gas, more for rent, and that's exactly what Joe Biden's economy has given them. So prices soared, dreams were shattered, and China and the cartels sent fentanyl across the border, adding addiction to the heartache. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of our story. We've heard about villains and their victims. I've talked a lot about that, but let me tell you about the future. President Trump's vision is so simple and yet so powerful. We're done, ladies and gentlemen, catering to Wall Street. We'll commit to the working man. We're done importing foreign labor. We're going to fight for American citizens and their good jobs and their good wages. We're done buying energy from countries that hate us. We're going to get it right here from American workers in Pennsylvania and Ohio and across the country. We're done sacrificing supply chains to unlimited global trade, and we're going to stamp more and more products with that beautiful label, Made in the USA. We're going to build factories again, put people to work making real products for American families made with the hands of American workers. Together, we will protect the wages of American workers and stop the Chinese Communist Party from building their middle class on the backs of American citizens. Together, we will make sure our allies share in the burden of securing world peace. No more free rides for nations that betray the generosity of the American taxpayer. Together, we will send our kids to war only when we must. But as President Trump showed with the elimination of ISIS and so much more, when we punch, we're going to punch hard. Together, we will put the citizens of America first, whatever the color of their skin. We will, in short, make America great again. You know, one of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. Now, it is part of that tradition, of course, that we welcome newcomers. But when we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms. That's the way we preserve the continuity of this project from 250 years past to hopefully 250 years in the future. And let me illustrate this with a story, if I may. I'm, of course, married to the daughter of South Asian immigrants to this country. Incredible people. People who genuinely have enriched this country in so many ways. And, of course, I'm biased because I love my wife and her family, but it's true. Now, when I proposed to my wife, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky. And I guess standing here tonight, it's just gotten weirder and weirder, honey. But that's what she was getting. Now, that cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky is near my family's ancestral home. And like a lot of people, we came from the mountains of Appalachia into the factories of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, that's Kentucky coal country, one of the 10 Now, it's one of the 10 poorest counties in the entire United States of America. They are very hardworking people, and they're very good people. They're the kind of people who would give you the shirt off their back even if they can't afford enough to eat. And our media calls them privileged and looks down on them. But they love this country, not only because it's a good idea, but because in their bones they know that this is their home. And it will be their children's home, and they would die fighting to protect it. That is the source of America's greatness. As a United States Senator, I get to represent millions of people in the great state of Ohio with similar stories, and it is the great honor of my life. Now, in that cemetery, there are people who were born around the time of the Civil War. And if, as I hope, my wife and I are eventually laid to rest there, and our kids follow us, there will be 7 generations just in that small mountain cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. 7 generations of people who have fought for this country, who have built this country, who have made things in this country, and who would fight and die to protect this country if they were asked to. Now, that's not just an idea, my friends. That's not just a set of principles. Even though the ideas and the principles are great, that is a homeland. That is our homeland. People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders who put its interests first. Now, we won't agree on every issue, of course, not even in this room. We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history, is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come. Now, eventually in that mountain cemetery, my children will lay me to rest. And when they do, I would like them to know that thanks to the work of this Republican Party, the United States of America is as strong and as proud and as great as ever. That is who we serve, my friends. That is who we fight for. And the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help achieve the extraordinary vision that you have for this country. Now, I pledge to every American, no matter your party, I will give you everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again. And I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this: I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from. And every single day for the next 4 years, when I walk into that White House to help President Trump, I will be doing it for you, for your family, for your future, and for this great country. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless our great country.
Senator J.D. Vance on the platform being greeted by members of his family after getting to know not only this crowd, but introducing himself to the rest of America who may be watching tonight. Talking a lot about his personal roots, his personal story. Mentioning in passing that they may not all agree in this room or in the party, but they share a common goal.
And a moving moment when he introduced his mother, Beverly Vance, and announced she was 10 years sober. His memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, a heartbreaking account of growing up with a single mother who had struggled with addiction, ultimately raised by the mama and papa that he so fondly spoke of tonight with a lot of warmth and humor. So this is the nation's introduction to Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Usha right there. They met in law school. Turn to Hallie and Kristen, who were watching the speech with us. Hallie, your thoughts?
You saw J.D. Vance there prosecute the case against President Biden and to a degree against Kamala Harris here in a speech that had more, I think, prosecutory lines, more attack lines than we thought. He touched on his biography. He touched on who he is. Obviously, you see him here live and on stage with his mom, and there was that moving moment. He did not shy away from rhetoric on immigration, however. He made some nods to party unity, but overall, his message was very clear based on the states that he name-dropped repeatedly. How many times did we hear Michigan named in that speech? We're counting. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, same kind of thing. And that is a big reason why J.D. Vance is on this ticket, to help boost turnout in those states here. And he knows that. He understands that, and he's focused on that, trying to really relate his own biography to those working-class voters that the Trump campaign wants to reach.
Kristen, what does he bring to the table? Why is...
Well, he talked about the communities, I think that the campaign thinks he's going to help with at the very end and throughout this speech. Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. It was a theme throughout this entire speech. By the way, if that song sounded familiar, Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow, that's something that we used to hear during rallies with former President Bill Clinton. So really that appeal to those working class voters. I'm struck also, Hallie's right, he definitely had those attack lines. And then the lines that weren't in there. We didn't hear about abortion. We didn't hear about retribution, even though this weekend, in the wake of the assassination attempt, it was J.D. Vance who pointed the finger at Democrats, squarely blaming them for their rhetoric for that assassination attempt. Clearly, this was an attempt to introduce himself, to soften this language, and to remind this country that he is young. One of his key lines, Joe Biden has been a politician in Washington for longer than I've been alive, 39 years old, for half a century. He's been the champion of every major policy initiative to make America weaker and poorer. Expect to see that on the stump speech.
An interesting rhetorical device to track Joe Biden's policy decisions with his age. In fourth grade, NAFTA was passed. When I was in high school, this or that policy went into effect. Let's go down to Tom Yamas. He's on the floor. J.D. Vance mentioned the crowd was with him. They were chanting every chance they got, clearly riling them up, and they received it well.
Yeah, you know, Savannah, I talked to about 10 different delegates here down on the floor to get their take on the speech, because there's been different speeches here, different levels, right? Someone like Vivek Ramaswamy came out here the other night and blew the roof off this place. But people really liked the tone that Senator Vance took. I asked them, what did you like about the speech? What I heard over and over again is the way he ended the speech, saying that I'm going to be a vice president for all Americans, that he's not going to forget about the people that are struggling. A lot of people here were honest, just said, look, I don't know a lot about him, and I loved hearing his life story. And of course, that moment with his mother, right? So many people here mentioned that. They'd love to see his mother up there. She got emotional. He clearly was proud of her and how she overcame addiction and all the struggles. But at the end of the day, a lot of people here said they just felt like he really could speak to everyday Americans. And in politics, that's incredibly powerful. Savannah, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. And it was a split screen image. In fact, it was literally a split screen as we saw President Biden arriving in Delaware, where he will now recover from COVID. That diagnosis announced today. And the political drama that is swirling around him right now. Adam Schiff, the influential congressman, calling for him to step aside, reporting from NBC News and others that Biden had met personally one-on-one with Senator Schumer, the Democratic leader, who had a blunt conversation with him. We're hearing rumblings from Speaker Pelosi. We're starting to see a groundswell among leaders of the Democratic Party, seems asking the president to step aside.
That said, there's a real question of just how open he is to this argument here, especially with NBC News reporting in the last 24 hours that he's been exasperated, he and his team, with this continued push, these continued calls that we've seen trickle out and then, of course, flood out from Democrats who want him to step off the ticket here. And bringing it back to the RNC, you heard, and in your conversation with Laura Trump, Savannah and Lester, they understand that this is the dynamic playing out of the party. It is partly why there has been such an effort to cast the GOP as unified, in contrast to what's happening in the Democratic Party right now. It is very real. The anxiety is very high. And I think these signals coming out from top Democratic leaders, I mean, these are people who have known Joe Biden for decades. Having these conversations, incredibly difficult and also significant given this moment.
And letting them become public, it's all very, very calculated, likely. So we'll see how it plays out. I mean, Lester, you were with him. You just interviewed President Biden 2 days after this conversation.
And he has the same answer. You know, 14 million people voted for me, not taking into account that many of those 14 million may be of a different mind now, witnessing what they've witnessed. I kept thinking as I was watching this, for Democrats, this clock is ticking. We don't know what the actual number on the clock is, but to watch this, to rebut this, is going to be a challenge, if not knowing who the nominee is going to be.
All of that said, the Biden campaign and sources that I talked to there continue to say, listen, we believe that the polls are still close. Donald Trump is not running away with this far and wide at this point.
All right. Well, that concludes our coverage for our NBC local stations, but coverage of the Republican National Convention continues with Tom Yamas and Hallie Jackson on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
We will see you back here tomorrow night, the final night of the Republican National Convention. Former President Trump will speak. We'll be here 9 o'clock Eastern Time right here on NBC, and see it bright and early on Today. Tonight, a historic moment for Donald Trump.
former president taking center stage to accept the Republican Party's nomination for the third time.
His first public address since narrowly surviving an assassin's bullet.
The Republican ticket is set.
I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President.
Trump, Vance. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, now VP nominee, elevated to the national stage.
As Mr. Trump states his case for return to the White House.
From NBC News, live from Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the fourth and final night of the Republican National Convention.
Yes, and as we come on the air in this packed arena in Milwaukee, we are gearing up for a historic night. Former President Donald Trump and his first major address since surviving that attempt on his life.
In his speech, Mr. Trump will formally accept the Republican nomination for president for the third time. He said he had rewritten his speech from scratch after the assassination attempt. The Trump campaign saying he plans to call for unity in the country.
And that speech, of course, will cap off 4 days of remarks from his top supporters, including his new vice presidential nominee last night, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance.
But tonight also promises to be a different kind of night. Earlier this week, we mostly heard from politicians. But tonight, we'll hear from the CEO of UFC, musician Kid Rock, and legendary wrestler Hulk Hogan, taking the stage in just a few moments here in Milwaukee.
The theme is fighting for America, and it will be a remarkable split-screen image, too. A unified Republican Party here in Milwaukee. And tonight, Democrats grappling with whether or not to replace President Biden as their party's nominee. News breaking tonight, a person close to the president telling NBC News, quote, "We're close to the end," as his top allies brace for him potentially to step aside. We have a lot to talk about in a moment, but first, let's once again bring in our panel. We've got Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker and our senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. We're going to bring this speech from Hulk Hogan to you live in just a moment, but I think we got to start with this breaking news, Hallie, because it's been a day of rapid developments on this issue of whether President Biden will be the nominee of his party.
You now have multiple top Democrats, publicly or privately, as reported by multiple outlets, suggesting to President Biden that he cannot win come November, and this real sense that the clock is ticking and that the president is on that clock to make a decision very soon. Right as we were coming on the air, we heard now from the second Senate Democrat, only the second Senate Democrat, but notable here at John Tester, who's running in the state of Montana. This is a state that former President Trump won by about 16% in 2016, 20% in 2020. It is a very red state, and John Tester's really in a huge political fight here. It is not altogether surprising that he is seeking to distance himself from President Biden, although he is acknowledging that he believes President Biden has served the country well. There's a respectful tone, but also an urgent tone that the president has got to make this decision soon. I will tell you that in my conversation with Republicans here, if it were to be some scenario where, let's say, Vice President Kamala Harris takes the top of the ticket, and we don't know that to be the case yet, I've noticed an interesting shift in the GOP conversation around this. It is less of a comment of, it's going to be President Biden, that's what we're ready for, as we saw a few weeks ago, and I'm hearing much more of this discussion of Republicans looking to lash Harris to the Biden agenda, even if she is at the top of the ticket.
You have to figure they are doing their polling just as much as Democrats are right now.
But here's the tricky thing, Lester. It kind of depends on which poll you look at to see how Vice President Harris does against former President Trump in a head-to-head matchup. There are some surveys that show that she maybe does a little bit better than President Biden. There's some surveys that suggest that it's pretty much a dead heat. Thing is, it's all hypothetical until it actually happens and voters have a sense to process it.
And behind the scenes, Republicans have not made much secret of their desire to run against President Biden. But let's talk about here, Milwaukee, tonight. We're going to hear from President Trump, his first extended remarks since the attempt on his life. What are you expecting?
Savannah, this is a huge moment for former President Trump, arguably the most important political speech of his lifetime. It's also a huge potential opportunity. Think about it this way. Prior to that assassination attempt against his life, Americans who are skeptical of former President Trump might not have tuned into this event. That might be different tonight. He might get people tuning in, those gettable voters, that small sliver of the American electorate that might be curious, that might be feeling getting a little bit more engaged. So he has said that he's ripped up his speech, he's rewritten it, he wants to deliver a unifying message. The question is, what does unifying mean for former President Trump? We've interviewed Eric Trump. He acknowledges his dad's always going to be a counter puncher. That's never going to change. But will we see differences in his tone and his rhetoric? One other thing I'll be looking for, this gets to what Hallie was saying, how often does he name check Biden, and how often does he speak more broadly about his administration's policies?
I'm wondering if you're going to hear more Kamala Harris than you might otherwise have.
Absolutely. We'll be looking for that and listening for that as well, Lester, because there's no doubt that you're seeing a two-pronged campaign start here. Of course, the ongoing one against President Biden, but with the pressure mounting on President Biden to drop out of this race, Republicans are turning their sights to the vice president.
And there's a difference between unity and the idea that, changing tone, so that we don't know what we're going to hear, a different tone, different words.
Absolutely. Let's just take a step back and think about where we started this campaign. Former President Trump facing 4 indictments. The big question was, would that be a drag on his political campaign? It only emboldened him in the primary, didn't stop him in the general, and now most of those legal battles have been delayed. So he addresses this convention, these Republicans, and the nation tonight coming from a very emboldened position.
Just after 9 o'clock East Coast time, we'll be showing you images from the floor, including the actor Russell Brand mixing and mingling with the crowd. We expect J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee, to come in any moment. It's a party atmosphere. People are getting their boogie on, feeling very, very good about their prospects in November. I think a lot of us wondered what would be the tone here after this serious attempt on the former president's life, but it has been jubilant. The cheese indicates that is the delegation from Wisconsin. And I think we've got Tom Yamas down on the floor to give us a flavor. Tom, what are you seeing?
How are you doing tonight? I can tell you this is the most electric night so far. The energy level here has been through the roof for the last 3 or 4 hours, right? People have been on their feet dancing and singing. Over there, way over there in the Texas delegation, they've been waving their 10-gallon hats all over the place. People have their signs. And it's interesting, right? Because when you think about politically speaking, President Trump's career, former President Trump's career, in the beginning, they got a lot of knocks, right? Because essentially they said they didn't have a campaign. They've now done 3 conventions, right? 2 real ones, 1 virtual. This is the 3rd one, by far the best so far. The reason why I say that, they've had no drama. They've been completely unified. Everything has gone as planned, and it is somewhat of a random convention. We're going to hear from people, as you mentioned, like Hulk Hogan, right? We're going to hear Kid Rock. We had Amber Rose earlier in the week. But when you talk to Republicans, they say that is America, right? America is made up of a lot of different people. They wanted to show all those faces, and that the Republican tent is bigger. If that's true, we'll know in November. We don't know yet. They're going to have to convince a lot of voters if they want to get back to the White House. But they have been riding high for 2 reasons. 1, former President Trump survived that horrific assassination attempt. He's come here. He looks like he's in good spirits. But 2, they love what they're watching on the news when it comes to Democrats. The Democrats in disarray. Usually it's Republicans in disarray. You'll remember 2016, even in 2020, the Never Trumpers. You don't even hear about those people anymore. I actually interviewed somebody here who was a congressional candidate. Donald Trump had endorsed the guy who was running against him. That guy won, and this congressional candidate still came here because he loved Donald Trump so much, even though he ended his political career. That's the type of adoration, if you will, that people have for former President Trump. And as you mentioned, there'll be a couple of surprises in the VIP box. Way in the back there, Melania Trump, who we have not seen a lot of on this campaign trail. The first time here tonight, along with Ivanka Trump and Jared. It's going to be an exciting night. It's going to be a great night of politics. Savannah, back to you.
All right. Tom, was hard to catch that. We're ROCKing in the USA here pretty loudly, but I think we've got Jacob Soboroff on the floor for us, and he had a quick interchange with the former president himself. Hey, Jacob.
Hi, Savannah. Hi, Lester. Good evening to you guys. Just a few minutes ago, under former President Trump's box, he walked out ahead of his speech this evening. I had a chance, as you said, to have a quick exchange with him. Let's take a look at that if we haven't. Mr. President, how are you feeling? How are you feeling, sir? What do you want the nation to know ahead of your speech, sir? Savannah, Lester, you heard there, the former president said he's feeling good. He gave me the double thumbs up. I have to tell you, watching him walk out, he was walking very well. He was walking rapidly. he had a smile on his face, and it was the first time I've seen him that close since the attempted assassination. And he looked like normal President Trump. So he's on his way, we know, from there to his box, out here to the stage, and it'll be a matter of moments before we hear what his message to the nation is tonight.
Great reporting, Jacob. As we watch this crowd, they are fired up. You can only imagine the kind of reception he will get. Obviously, he's been here on subsequent nights, but for this moment, accepting his party's nomination with fresh in his mind, fresh in all of our minds, that image of him being gunned down, it's going to be likely an emotional night as well.
Well, and never forget, this is a reality television star. He has a flair for the dramatic. We can remember him walking out in 2016 in silhouette, and that moment, he's got Kid Rock ready to perform, Hulk Hogan ready to speak. We'll bring you that live. I believe we're waiting for J.D. Vance, and that turned Hallie Jackson. We're going to see a lot of the family, the full family tonight, except for Barron. But Melania Trump hasn't been here yet. She's going to appear tonight. Ivanka, Jared, all expected to be here.
Expected to make an appearance for the first time this convention week, and it's been interesting here. You look at the former First Lady. She spoke the last two conventions, because this is, of course, the third time that former President Trump has accepted the Republican nomination in his political career. She is somebody who has not been a big presence on the campaign trail. She's done a couple of private fundraisers, but she has certainly not been front and center. That said, those close to the former president say she is behind her husband 100%. As for Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, think about the evolution they have had. They went from being senior advisors to their father-in-law in the White House, working on policy in various ways during that time in the Trump administration, to intentionally pulling themselves away from politics. Ivanka Trump was not at her father's rollout in 2022. She was not at his trial. She was not on the campaign trail in Iowa or New Hampshire during the primaries.
All right, Hallie, thanks very much. We're going to take a break right here, but still ahead tonight. We'll bring you tonight's big speeches, including former President Trump's first major address since surviving an attempt on his life. More from the Republican National Convention right after this.
Welcome back. Our special coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. The crowd is fired up. They are going to hear from their nominee, former President Donald Trump, in just a moment. He will accept the Republican nomination for the third time, and we are expecting dignitaries to enter at any time, including Senator J.D. Vance and other members of the Trump family.
You would think that the big conversation here in Milwaukee would be about what the former president will say, but the big conversation in Milwaukee happens to be what the Democrats will do, what Joe Biden will do. Will he come off the ticket? That is driving everything here. You have to believe that the Trump campaign really doesn't necessarily know how this would look, what it would look like, what the Democrats will do.
This is what basically everyone is talking about here, Lester. What will President Biden do? And as we've been reporting throughout the night, the pressure is mounting on him to drop out. Not only has a second U.S. Senator now come forward calling on him to do so, but the leaders of the Democratic Party, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, have all conveyed to President Biden their concerns that he could be a drag on down-ballot races.
Well, let's get to our White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, who is near the president's home in Delaware, where he is convalescing with COVID. Gabe, what are you hearing from the Biden campaign?
Well, Savannah, as he recovers from COVID here in Delaware, the president is facing the loudest calls yet to drop out of the race, as you've been talking about. The walls seemingly closing in on his campaign. So NBC News has spoken with multiple sources with knowledge of the situation. You mentioned a person close to the president saying, we're close to the end. Another person who spoke with a senior campaign official saying they're finally realizing it's a when, not if. Now, the anxiety among Democrats is reaching the top of the party. Two sources tell NBC News former President Obama has concerns about President Biden's ability to stay at the top of the ticket, but he feels personally protective of him. One source saying Obama sees President Biden's path to winning as getting harder. Now, key Democrat Jamie Raskin writing a letter to the president urging him to reconsider his run and comparing him to a tired major league pitcher. Now, publicly, the White House and the campaign, they're aggressively pushing back against Democratic leaders trying to push the president out. And a source close to the president telling NBC News, in 2015, Obama, Pelosi, and Schumer pushed Biden aside in favor of Hillary. They were wrong then, and they are wrong now. Now, with her running mate sidelined, Vice President Harris is campaigning in battleground Pennsylvania earlier today. And as for the president, he remains here at his home in Rehoboth. His doctor says he has mild symptoms and no fever. Guys.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thanks very much. We want to go to Steve Kornacki now at the big board. Steve, I think you've got a perspective of why this is all so concerning and a difficult moment for Democrats right now. Walk us through what you're seeing.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at the numbers that Democrats are looking at, and we're going to start with what you're seeing right here. This is the national picture. This is the big picture. This is a poll that came out just about 6 hours ago from our friends at CBS. This is a national poll, and look at this. They have Donald Trump now opening up a 5-point advantage over Joe Biden, 52 to 47. A couple things are significant about this. One, obviously, the fact that Trump is over 50%, a couple points over 50% into majority territory. Also, this lead of 5 points, this is the largest lead that Donald Trump has had yet over Joe Biden in this poll. CBS has taken 8 polls this year. This is the biggest lead for Trump in any of them. So that's the big picture, 30,000-foot view. But of course, we know presidential elections are won at the state level, the Electoral College. Let's take a look here at the battleground states. And again, this is the kind of landscape Democrats are looking at right now. What you're seeing, these are polls that have been conducted largely since that debate at the end of June. This is the average of the polls that have come out in these states. Now, some states have been more polled than others, so take these numbers with a bit of a grain of salt. But as you can see, there's a clear pattern to them. Every one of these states, these are the 6 battleground states, the core battleground states. They are 6 states that Joe Biden carried in 2020. And in the averages since the debate, Donald Trump with some kind of advantage, a little small there in Michigan, for instance, but some kind of advantage in all 6 of them. And again, all Biden states. And it's not just that. There's polls now in other states that weren't even thought to be part of the battleground, that were thought to be safely Democratic, that are concerning to Democrats. For instance, Virginia, several polls coming out recently, the average of them puts Trump ahead by 1 point in Virginia. That was a big blue state in 2020, not one Democrats thought would be competitive. So these are the numbers Democrats are seeing. And quickly to show you what they are fearing when they see these numbers, this is our road to 270 map. We took a look at it last night. These are those 6 core battleground states, and just take you right through them. If Trump were to win Georgia, as that polling right now puts him ahead there, you could see right away that jumps him to 251. Arizona would put him over 260. Nevada would put him on the cusp of victory at 268. And then Pennsylvania, any of these 3 Midwest states would then put him over. You could see what Pennsylvania would do. Then he would just be adding insurance. If he got Michigan, if he got Wisconsin, if he went for 6 for 6, he doesn't have to win all 6 of those. You could see less than that would do, but Democrats are looking at those polls and they're fearing this kind of an outcome. And then if ever Trump were able to put those other states into play and start winning them, a state like Virginia, for instance, I mean, it would start to get a little bit out of control there. And there are other states, even like New Hampshire, Minnesota, that even some Democrats are getting worried about. So the bottom line is, this is what Democrats are fearing based on those numbers. Now, the Biden folks will tell you it's still competitive. It's not gone. He can get back in it. There's still a lot of negatives about Trump that they can take advantage of. But the bottom line, Joe Biden's party is fearing this kind of outcome, though we should also note, well, these are the numbers that have them nervous about Joe Biden. The same polling does not show a clear, obvious alternative candidate who would immediately reverse this result.
And that's why there's been so much paralysis on the Democratic side. Steve, thank you very much. We'll be back with you. I want to mention here at the RNC in Milwaukee, we're at a brief programming hold. Convention organizers have not told us why. We were expecting Hulk Hogan to be the first speaker this hour, actually about 15 minutes ago, not on yet. So the crowd is dancing to the musical interlude that's gone on a bit longer than expected. We'll keep you posted on that. Hallie Jackson, let me turn to you on what Steve just laid out, because he showed the map. It's always going to be tight in the battlegrounds. That's why we call them battleground. But what sent a shiver up the spine of so many congressional Democrats was starting to see softening in some of these states that have been reliably blue for the last few cycles. A Virginia, a New Hampshire, a Minnesota. That's what the concern is.
And these are states that, I'm thinking back to the last election, I would hear the Republican campaign talk about, the Trump campaign is saying, we're targeting some of these places. We think we have a shot. And that was always kind of the white whale in some ways for them. Now, giving you some insight into reason that not only some of them believe if President Biden stays on the ticket, you could lose those battlegrounds that Steve could lay out, but maybe the map gets even worse. And what does this mean for down ballot races? What kind of a drag is this? Because remember, control of the Senate and House is at stake and at play in this election. So when it comes to Vice President Harris, you are seeing Republicans start to press the case against her as well, just in case this becomes a possibility. One of the Trump campaign manager's senior advisors today called her, for example, the gaslighter-in-chief, suggesting that she helped cover up President Biden's fitness for office, what Republicans see as his inability to do the job. On the flip side, she is out on the campaign trail, too, and she is going after what's happening right here on the floor below us, saying if Republicans want unity, they've got to do more than just use the word, saying that they are essentially trying to paper over what Democrats see as an extreme agenda.
And Kristen, the larger question overarching all this is if President Biden decides to come off the top of the ticket, what are the mechanics? What are the optics? Because that is going to play just as much as anything else.
That is where this becomes so complicated. There's a divide within the Democratic Party. If President Biden comes off of the ticket, should he endorse Vice President Harris? Should they hit the ground running with a pre-planned ticket? Or should there be a mini primary? I can tell you I've spoken to a number of Democrats who say, let's have that debate. Let's have an open primary. It'll be messy, but they say it'll be good for our democracy. I have to tell you, I spoke with one Democratic lawmaker who described this as a really sad moment within the Democratic Party, described the president as reflective right now. He is thinking more and more about these arguments, about concerns over his viability. And by the way, I'm told he deeply resents this pile-on that is happening. So we will have to see how it plays out, because he is in the process of recovering from COVID while he's dealing with these very weighty issues.
Well, these Trump delegates here making it their own party as they continue to dance their way through what we're told is a hold, essentially, in the schedule. We don't know for how long or what's holding things up, but no one here seems to mind on the floor. Let's go to NBC's Vaughn Hilliard. He is on the floor. I don't know if he's busting a move, but he's got some news for us.
Hey, Lester, this is Jerry McDaniel, and Jerry and I were talking, and I think that there's a through line from this moment, and I want you to just tell me, when did you first get involved with politics?
Back in probably 2008, back when McCain and Sarah Palin were getting ready to run for office. First of all, when I saw Sarah Palin come on stage, I was amazed.
At that convention?
I loved it.
And then you got involved in the Tea Party.
Yes, I did. I actually helped start the Tea Party in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
And then you backed Donald Trump, and here, 9 years later, he's about to take the stage again for the third time. Lester, Savannah, Donald Trump is right back to the arena.
All right, well, the crowd, thank you. The crowd just went wild because former President Trump has entered the chat. He's in the building, just walking up the stairs, about to go into the friends and family box and greeting his supporters. So whatever was on hold seems to be on hold, not for much longer, as the former president is there. Let's turn back to our panel here as we continue to watch this. I want to mention what we're waiting for tonight. Hulk Hogan expected to speak. There's Jared Kushner, his daughter Tiffany. I think that's, we saw Ivanka briefly. So for the first time, we're going to see just about all of the family members, save Barron Trump, together. I don't believe we've seen Melania yet. Has anyone caught a glimpse of her? But she's expected to be there as well. So it's going to be family night at the RNC as the president takes the stage in his official nominating speech. So we're expecting Hulk Hogan, Dana White, the UFC head, a performance by Kid Rock, and then the nominating speech.
Savannah, it's so stunning to see Jared and Ivanka. Hallie and I covered the Trump administration. We cannot overstate how integral they were to his entire administration. And here they have not been here for the first few days of this convention, but here they are tonight, a show of force from the Trump family.
And I believe this is Hulk Hogan. Let's listen.
I don't see Melania.
Not yet.
No, we still don't see.
We've not yet seen Melania, but Hulk Hogan's getting crowd primed his speech a little bit late, but here he goes. We'll listen here in Milwaukee live.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was going to press that no-good, stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the President of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's going to win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
Bringing the fight to this convention hall, and the man of honor here tonight seems to like it very, very much. The Trump family in position now as we await the president's speech. And I turn to Hallie Jackson. It's been interesting because all this week we really have seen an emphasis on kind of the softer side of Donald Trump. A lot of speeches about Grandpa Donald Trump and the father, but now they're reverting to form and been going hard with the fighter Donald Trump, and something that certainly appeals to the base of the party.
We've seen that throughout the course of the week. There have been speakers who have tossed out that red meat, so to speak, to the base with rhetoric that is more in line with where the base of the Republican Party is, rhetoric that the Democrats see as inflammatory on issues like immigration. Tonight, this is a real, working class male energy here with the brawlers that are coming up to stage here. You've got UFC head Dana White, who's set to come out as well. Clearly, there is an effort to target some of those voters who do make up a portion of the former president's base at this point. It's been also interesting to see the dynamics at play as it relates to the former president's remarks. Over and over again, people around him have suggested it will be unifying. He will make a call to unity. But I've also heard that Donald Trump is going to be Donald Trump. And at moments of divisiveness in this country in the past, he has not issued those calls for unity. You think back to Charlottesville. You think back to his response after in 2020 in the Black Lives Matter movement and the death of George Floyd. Those have been moments where the former president has done anything but unite the country. So there's a question here of how he will walk that line and what he actually will say tonight.
And will he mention stolen election again, which is another...
He's pushed his election fraud lies again and again. This is something he has not backed away from. We know that from the moment he took this nomination 2 conventions ago, he came out with a kind of ominous, dark picture of what America could be. His speech is typically marked by defiance and grievance. That is what we've seen in his inauguration speech in 2017, famously referencing American carnage. And even more recently on the campaign trail, he talks about this nation being in crisis. So it's a real question mark here tonight. We'll find out.
Yeah, Hallie, thanks very much. We're going to take a break. Coming up from the RNC, we'll hear tonight's big speeches, including Eric Trump and former President Trump himself as he accepts the Republican nomination. More live from the Republican National Convention on NBC News right after this.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Milwaukee and our special coverage of the final night of the Republican National Convention. Soon we're going to hear from Eric Trump, son of the president, the former president, and, of course, executive vice president of the Trump Organization.
Earlier this week, we put his father over the top during the RNC's roll call, giving the former president the delegates needed to officially secure the nomination. Later this evening, Mr. Trump will accept that nomination during his speech.
They're hearing from Franklin Graham on the floor right now, and, in fact, it may be a moment of prayer, but I want to go to Garrett Hake on the floor and tell us what you're seeing down there. We were looking for the vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance. Hadn't seen him yet, but I heard you just got a sight of him.
That's right, Savannah. A little bit unusual that Vance and his wife didn't show up with the Trumps and the Trump family when they came out. And you can see him trying. I'm asked to be very quiet here, guys, but as you can see, Vance is up on the stage now with the former president behind us, having come in during the prayer.
Yeah, we understand you were in a difficult spot, so we're going to break away from you a little bit, Garrett, and talk to you a little bit more. There's former President Trump as this prayer is led here in the hall.
You are a great God, and we ask that it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
So a prayer to wrap up remarks from Franklin Graham, the evangelical community, a key to Trump's victory in 2016. Stalwarts for him have stuck by him through thick and thin, and we've heard a lot from them this week as well.
And I'm struck by watching former President Trump alongside his current running mate when you look at his last running mate, and that is, of course, former Vice President Mike Pence, selected in part to help issue that olive branch to the evangelical community.
And we're about to hear from Eric Trump, son of the former president.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives.
we realized he had chosen to step into the arena to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump. Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling. Jobs were scarce. Our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten. Our military was in shambles. Our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty. But he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again. But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests and the political elites. A movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats funded by special interest groups and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The U.S. dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system. And we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave border patrols, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way. Watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first. children will understand family, our children will have values, and our children will love God. Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump. Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you. A journey to save the greatest country on earth. A journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived. You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Eric Trump delivering that speech, delivering much of the red meat that we saw from his brother yesterday, igniting and energizing this convention. It is just past the top of the hour now. For those of you just joining us, we just heard from former President Trump's son Eric speak on the final night of the Republican National Convention.
Okay, this is Donald Trump's night. We expect his speech soon in this hour. We're also going going to see a performance by the musician Kid Rock. There'll be a video about Mr. Trump, and then Dana White, the UFC president, will be introducing him. But we've got Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker alongside, as always. And Kristen, it's just so interesting because they really have been trying to have this sort of softer, gauzier image of Donald Trump. But last night and tonight, it's Don Jr. and Eric Trump who have really brought out those grievance issues that Donald Trump talks about all the time in the rallies that we hadn't heard that much about. But he brought up, we don't trust our elections, said his father has been persecuted and prosecuted, kind of bring up all of those greatest hits to the crowd, which this crowd loves it. The question is, how it's received by the audience watching at home.
And that's the big question. Now, the audience back at home is going to wait for the big show and Donald Trump's speech, but it's so notable because his sons, Don Jr. and Eric Trump, sort of took on the role of the attack dog, what we typically see of the vice presidential nominee. And as you point out, they didn't hold back, talked about the fact that we no longer trust our elections. Important to point out, there has been an erosion of faith in our institutions writ large, in our elections, in part because former President Trump has yet to concede the last election, and there have been these questions raised about the last election, even though all of the legal challenges have been put to rest.
Right, people are questioning it because he's been feeding that narrative for 4+ years.
Exactly, and it's part of what led to the lower turnout, by the way, in the midterms for Republicans. So Republicans are actually doubling down, trying to say, we got to get out early in this next election cycle. It's also interesting, he tried to redefine retribution. He said, our retribution will be our success. It was a slight twist, a slightly lighter way to get at what has been one of Donald Trump's biggest attacks.
And he said huge expectations about the country's ills, that they could all be fixed by Donald Trump. One point of business, that many of you watching that speech may be wondering who the little girl was sitting in the lap of the former president. That is Carolina Trump. She is the daughter of Eric Trump.
Yes, so she's sitting on her grandfather's lap. She's 4 years old. It's a late night for her.
Stealing the show at moments,
yes,
but appropriately.
Giving us Prince Louis vibes, the royal family. It's always interesting to see when every mother holds their breath when they see a toddler on stage like that. You have a 4-year-old.
As the mother of a 4-year-old, she's fast asleep right now. We're doing the same thing, I think, that Carolina was doing right there.
So we're watching as it's mixing and mingling on the convention floor. They're running a bit behind schedule right now, but we do expect the marquee event, former President Trump, to take this stage. It's so interesting. There's been so much talk this week about how former President Trump said he ripped up his speech. He wants to strike a unifying theme. We did not hear, we've heard the same sort of persecution narrative from his sons. We've seen excerpts of former President Trump's speech, and there are calls that for him are uncharacteristic, including there's a line in there about saying, I don't want to be president of half of America, but the whole of America. And it's kind of an unremarkable sentiment, but it's remarkable because he usually doesn't talk that way.
Coming from him, that is what makes it extraordinary. That's exactly the line that I was looking at, Savannah, as we have now these excerpts that we can share with people. He says that as Americans were bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. He also strikes some pretty overtly religious overtones, talking about how God saved him, he believes, and the divine intervention in that moment. He is expected now, based on this reporting, to clearly lay out his account of what happened to him on that stage. In fact, he says something along the lines of, I'll tell you what happened, and I'll never tell you a second time. So it'll be interesting to hear that, especially as this crowd...
We believe Melania Trump is now stepping out to the roar of the crowd. Saw just a glimpse of her. Say again?
A musical interlude right now at the RNC in Milwaukee as the crowd gets ready for the formal presentation of former President Trump. As mentioned, the schedule a little bit delayed, and now we're seeing former First Lady Melania Trump enter the building to rapturous applause.
We have not seen her as a part of this campaign, so this is something different.
she issued a long, emotional statement on Sunday after the shooting, at least attempted assassination of her husband. But she has not been a feature of this campaign trail. So for her to be here on this night is notable.
And Kristen, what we have seen in this campaign in terms of the family involvement, very different than what we saw from his original run for president.
In 2016, his family was a staple on the campaign trail. Melania Trump was a staple by his side. I had a chance to interview the former president back in September of last year. He said we'll see her soon on the trail. At that time, we really haven't seen much of her. He also noted she is a private person by nature.
We're going to squeeze in a break right here. We're moments away from the former president's address to accept the Republican nomination. We're back from Milwaukee right after this.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the final night of the Republican National Convention. Soon from the RNC, we'll see a performance from the musician Kid Rock. Later, we'll hear from UFC CEO Dana White. And then tonight's final speaker, former President Trump. Right now, the crowd watching a video montage of Donald Trump's career, including some clips and things that we hadn't heard before.
Oh, some greatest hits appearances on Oprah as a young man, appearance in Home Alone, so that sets the table. Let's go to our senior national correspondent, Tom Yamas, on the floor, see how the delegates are enjoying the show tonight.
Yeah, well, they're enthralled right now. I would call this the Donald Trump the movie section. As I look up at the crowd right now, literally it looks like everyone is watching a movie here on the floor of the convention hall in Milwaukee. You know, you got to give credit to the people who are producing this convention for the Republicans, right? On paper, it may have looked a little strange, a little crazy. You talk about people like Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan gave what I would say is probably the best speech at this convention so far, and there have been speeches that have blown the roof off this place. People who love the conservative politics here, who love MAGA. Hogan came in here, he did something completely different. He also was just entertaining, right? He was funny, he made people laugh, and even if you don't care for the politics here, he might have entertained you. And on top of that, let's talk about the former First Lady, right? The whole family walks out except Melania Trump. They add a little drama. Is she here? Is she not here? And then sure enough, the whole place pauses. Melania Trump walks in and she takes a seat right there in the VIP box next to her husband. What is strange, which I know you guys have pointed out, she will not speak at this convention. She spoke in 2016 at the virtual convention as well, but for some reason she's decided not to speak here. She has taken a major step back with only doing 2 events with the Log Cabin Republicans, which is the LGBT conservative group, something that is close to her heart. I spoke with one of the leaders of that group saying that she was very involved in that, but it's been very, very small from that. It was this appearance tonight and not much else. People still watching this movie. I'm going to send it back to you guys at the convention hall upstairs.
All right, Tom, thanks. I want to go to Garrett Hake right now. He is also on the floor in a little different position. Garrett.
Yeah, Lester, I'm sitting just beneath the family box here watching Eric and Laura Trump return after his speech, and I was right on the fence line here as Melania Trump came in, and it was a rapturous welcome for her. I can't overstate the degree that she's a celebrity within this movement. The people around me were cheering how much they loved her. Basically, when she was up waving to the crowd, it really did feel almost like a royal reception for someone who has been much more scarce on the campaign trail this time around than in Donald Trump's 2 previous campaigns for the White House.
All right, we see Eric Trump taking his seat after just delivering his speech, setting up the night for former President Trump, and we're getting closer to that moment. We're seeing the video, the biographical video. There's Melania Trump watching it alongside the delegates.
And Eric may have really smoothed the trail for his father with that, again, red meat speech. So those things have been said, but then allowing a transition for former President Trump to offer perhaps a loftier view of America.
I think there will be some of those unifying themes, and then if it's not outright red meat, perhaps it's pork, the other white meat. But there will be vintage Trump in this speech, we expect. And in a moment, this former president who has a flair for the dramatic and showmanship has laid out a scenario where just that will happen. We're about to get a performance from Kid Rock, then Dana White, the head of the UFC. The theme of the night, Make America Great Again, but a chance of fight breaking out on this convention floor. Let's listen.
What up, America? straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift of gab from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and not critics back. And I did not stutter when I said that. I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. Still they ill and wanna see us fry. I guess because only God knows why. They call me cowboy, I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, Trump. I like ACDC and ZZ Top. Won't see this beasties in the Kings of Rock. Skinner, Cedar, Lip, Corn, Stones. The David Attico and the No-Show Jones. Yeah, pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit pimp. With tracks to Mac and slap back to back. Never gain no pain, I don't play with ass. Well, watch me rock with Liberace Flash. Punk rock the Clash, boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash, 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 Flash. Oh, they call me cowboy, I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, Trump. American badass, watch me kick. You can roll and rock, or you can. I'm the ultimate. I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on rock and roll, never rock this place. All super fly, living double wide. Psychom, the big John can ride. Bill Shack to share, bringing flash to flare. Got the long hair, swinging middle finger in the air. Skin boots, 65 Chevelle. See me ride and sin and hit a rebel, yeah. I won't live to tell. So if you do, rock for freedom and rock for truth. Who knew I'd blow like Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, Arizona. Smell the aroma and check my hits. I know it stinks in here, cause Trump's the They call me cowboy, I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say Trump, 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 Trump. 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 I need to hear you louder than that. One more time. I'm a cowboy, badass and black. You say Trump, 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 Trump. From side to side, from front to back. Come on, Trump, 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 Trump. I put Detroit City back on the map. We sing Trump, 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 Trump. Kick rocks in the house. This is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth, President Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass, my brother, Dana White. God bless America.
Okay, this is not your grandmother's Republican Party with the cashmere sweater set and the pearls. I'm just, some people here are loving that moment, and some look like they might have taken a wrong turn. This was not the Republican convention they remember from back in the old Bush-Reagan years.
What's so interesting is the call and response that we have seen throughout the night and throughout the week when it comes to the word fight, when it comes to that raised fist. Right before Kid Rock came onto the convention stage, which is a sentence that, of course, we're saying here tonight because that's what happened. You saw them put up that picture that has become so symbolic of the moments after the former president was rushed off the stage, as he was being rushed off shop after that assassination attempt against him. People here are selling shirts and buying shirts with that picture on it. People here, I've talked to some delegates wearing fake ear bandages in solidarity with the former president. They have really seized on this imagery.
Dana White takes the podium.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know. A man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself. And he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people. All American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit to Houston and New York to LA, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time to stand and say, that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Donald Trump about to address the crowd. You're seeing the firefighter kit, the helmet, the gear of the man who lost his life at that rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday night.
Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. I'm going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It was very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded, two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver, two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters, and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? You know, he was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, you know, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called, he's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down, you just can't do it, you have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, you know, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that, because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticized it, they said, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things. The great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia or Europe or someplace, or if you have no money, going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. Never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden, I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force, and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, oh, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they have ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it, and we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate. We have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless Green New Scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day 1. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country, no tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many, hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular, in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. We're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find them? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous, and they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after them even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, you know, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back. And I called up and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest, it was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow in the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? but you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people have been working for years to come into our country, and now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair, and we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions, and they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela. Really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities Our cities will be so unsafe, we will not be able to have it there in El Salvador. Murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respectful. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by very powerful, tough leaders, tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently, they were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding, what's happening, what's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea's acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens. Emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. The years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an iron dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation, and as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say you're the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word, devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. It's going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
President Trump addressing the convention, and it is after midnight on the East Coast, covering the terrain of territory as he addressed the delegates, familiar campaign themes, and yes, he went off script time and time again. This was very much, Kristen Welker, like a rally speech, less like a convention speech.
Absolutely. To some extent, this was a tale of two speeches. He started off recounting his version of the harrowing events from this weekend, but he quickly shifted into rally mode. So this promise of a unifying speech, there were some lines that were aimed at being unifying, but the speech as a whole really felt like a Trump rally speech. Within that, we could give a little bit of context to some of what you just heard from the former president. He repeated debunked claims of election interference, talked about crime being rampant in American cities. The reality there, crime is at a 50-year low, even though a lot of folks wouldn't say that they feel that. He talked about the invasion at the southern border, something that we hear at a lot of his rallies. If you look at the facts, and if you look at the crowd, they obviously ate all of this up. The question becomes, does it appeal to moderates? Does it appeal to independents? The reality is there was a lot of debate over getting a bipartisan border deal done. Former President Trump opposed that.
Well,
so it's complicated.
He challenged Democrats in the name of unity. He challenged Democrats to drop investigations. I think he called them the witch hunts, but that was his challenge to Democrats.
That's right. And a lot of people will hear that, certainly in this room, and the crowd went wild. And the question becomes where we started the conversation tonight, which is all the people who are tuning in who may have been skeptical of Donald Trump, who may have wanted to hear what he had to say tonight. Will that appeal to them? I think that remains the
Well, and let's just call it what it is. It is after midnight. It is Friday morning. The speech started on Thursday night, and officially it is the longest convention speech ever given by a lot. 93 minutes, by the way. The two record holders before also both given by Trump, 76 minutes and 70 minutes, respectively. We're seeing the balloons drop, the family on the stage, those iconic convention moments. By and large, this Republican convention trying to present a different side to Donald Trump, but this Donald Trump we saw tonight was the vintage thing.
This is who he has been for the past 8 years, and while he nodded at the top to saying he of weaponizing the Justice Department, insisting he's not a threat to democracy. Democrats have cast him as that. They talk about his incitement, as they see it, of an insurrection for undermining confidence in the security of the election with his election fraud lies. In the moments after the assassination attempt against him in Butler, Pennsylvania, you heard calls from Republicans for the rhetoric to be toned down, but here's Donald Trump talking about crazy Nancy Pelosi, cheating on elections, using COVID to cheat, and more. He may say he wants unity, but he wants unity on his terms only here. That is clear from this speech.
I think what was different is the tone. He was, you almost might want to call it low energy at points, but he was clearly trying to shift the tone downward in terms of not as much yelling.
The tone was subdued.
Yeah.
The rhetoric was not. Let's go to our senior national correspondent, Tom Yamas, on the floor as the balloons drop and this convention comes to a close. Hi, Tom.
Hey, Savannah, yeah, this is the moment why people come to conventions, right, to feel that balloon drop. Listen, I was right here watching with all of the delegates, all the people on the convention floor, inside this arena here. At the beginning, he had them hanging on every single word. They were listening to the entire story of that assassination attempt. They were following along. They were sort of enthralled into what he was saying. It was a long speech, as you have said. It was the longest, I think, ever of any convention of modern history. And there were at times people had to sit back down. But for the most part, I started asking people, what'd you think of the speech? They said they liked the speech. People acknowledged it was very long. Some people fell asleep that were around us. And again, people sat down. But there were people, a lot of people that stood up the entire time, the full 90 minutes, watching him every step of the way, hanging on every word, shooting cell phone videos, shooting selfies, so excited. And again, he really had them mesmerized that first part of the speech. And by the end, he brought it home to people. You know, I'd say in the last 10 minutes or so, people started getting back excited about what was happening. And just behind us, you can see the balloons are falling. They're popping. People are taking their selfies. They're enjoying their time here in Milwaukee. And the people here at least have earned it. They stayed waiting a long time during that speech for this moment. I'm going to send it back to you guys upstairs in the convention hall.
Yeah, Tom, thanks very much. And we're looking, if you look on the stage, the entire Trump family minus Barron Trump on that platform are taking in this moment, watching the balloons fall and greeting the crowd that they hope will help steer them to victory in November.
Let's go to Garrett Hake. He has a different vantage point on the floor. Garrett, how did the speech go over where you were sitting?
Savannah, we're waist deep in balloons now. It felt like it's kind of an effort to manufacture a bit of energy that was lacking at the second half of that speech. The first half, I saw a lot of wet eyes. The second half, I saw some closed eyes in the section that I'm in right now. I'm with Brooke. Brooke from North Carolina here. You were enraptured in the first part of the speech. Tell me what you thought about hearing this from Donald Trump tonight.
Well, I mean, honestly, it was the most amazing speech I've heard from him. He's subdued now after last week. I really believe there's been a transformation. I think the Spirit of the living God is on him, and the people here feel that. Franklin Graham came out and gave an incredible prayer for him and prayer for our nation, which is exactly what we need. We need fundamental restoration in America, and that's what Donald Trump will provide.
Do you think this version of Donald Trump will convince your friends and neighbors back in North Carolina who aren't sold on him right now?
I think so. You know what? I see North Carolina that we will hand it to Donald Trump handily. And I think other states, you will be surprised to see even some very deep blue states are going to go for Donald Trump, because you know why? Their budgets have been hurting. They know that they have been losing jobs to what's been coming over at our border. The tsunami over our border has been affecting not just the Hispanic and the black community, but every community in the United States. And Americans are tired of that. We're tired of watching our children be killed by fentanyl. We're tired of seeing our jobs go away to illegals. And we're tired of the crime on our streets.
Brooke, you're one of several people I've talked to, maybe every delegate I've talked to has talked about the idea of basically seeing God's hand on Donald Trump tonight. He talked about that chart and the idea that turning his head saved his life. Is that the big takeaway for you from this convention, from this last week in our politics?
Absolutely, Garrett. This last week has been the most incredible transformation, I think, on him and on the people around him, his loved ones, his family, the people who serve in Senate and the House. My prayer is that, listen, if you remember from 2012, the DNC booed God. We have been praising God at the Republican Party. At this party all week long, we have been praising the name of Jesus Christ, and that does not happen at the Democrat National.
All right, Brooke, I got to throw it back upstairs. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. And Lester, Savannah, I think that's been
Garrett, thanks very much. As we watch the Trump family continue to take in this moment, God bless America. God bless America playing in the arena here. Before we go, let's get some final thoughts. Hallie?
Well, looking at this, the Trump family on stage here, coming out in what is, in many ways, the starting point of the last stretch of the campaign. I have to think about what the Democratic convention will look like in just about a month from now, not to take away anything from tonight and the speech that former President Trump delivered to an audience that really felt tonight as true believers. This is his party. This is his stage. He made that clear. But what is also clear is that those calls for unity that he suggested continue to have that kind of.
Well, the question is, the party faithful is united. The Republican base is ready to go. Is this going to be one of those elections that's about exciting your base and turning them out, or is this going to be an election about persuading those middle-of-the-road voters? And need we not mention that the Democratic Party right now, the question of who will be on the ballot is very much an open question right now.
That's right. I do think it's going to be about winning over the small sliver, maybe 10% of gettable voters. And one thing that struck me, you didn't hear him really talk about President Biden. He mentioned his name once. What's notable about that, we do not know if President Biden will be at the top of the ticket. And I think that was strategic to some extent. You are seeing them shift into a campaign against the administration writ large, whether it's Kamala Harris or another Democrat who winds up being at the top of the ticket if he does drop out.
When I spoke to President Biden earlier this week, I asked him if the assassination attempt will drive the trajectory of this election. He wasn't sure, but I think watching this and watching how it's woven into the speech, I think very clear.
No doubt it's looming over everything.
That concludes our special coverage of this year's Republican National Convention.
We'll have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and don't forget us at the Today Show. I would say tomorrow morning, but it's this morning.
Good night.
Have a good night.